You dream in stars, then dive into the deep, fixing the world while the rest of us sleep. Your heart set on giving, no matter the strain, building your legacy through love and brain. Julie knows that fire in your soul, the kind that lifts the broken whole. James, you reach the skies no one dares. In your hands the future's caught unawares. That's to know what the hell were you thinking. You laugh as the eye keeps the daylight blinking. Every day's a quest, not some disguise. With James in the storm, the dream never dies. Retired, you say, with a wink and a grin, but the podcast is rolling, pulling us in. Your compass is love, with your kids as your guide, charting seas wide with vision and pride. Julie's here, who adores your spark, the dreamer who lights up the dark. James, you reach the skies no one dares. In your hands the future's caught unawares. That's to know what the hell were you thinking. You laugh as the eye keeps the daylight blinking. Every day's a quest, not some disguise. With James in the storm, the dream never dies. Tethered lights still flying high. You kiss the stars, but never say goodbye. Not even gravity can pull you down. You're the wild, the wave, the crowd. James, you reach the skies no one dares. In your hands the future's caught unawares.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, good evening, all that kind of nice, neat, fun stuff. Good evening, and how are we doing today? All right, trade, bump, and we are ready to roll. I think live. Everything's live. We are ready to go. Cause and Astro, what's happening, brother? How are you doing tonight? Good evening, everyone. My name is James. This is Dividend Stock Talk, brought to you by the 10-Minute Trader, where I invest in dividend stocks for weekly cash flow, looking for a simple, safe, predictable, consistent 1% per week. Yeah, I know 1% a week's not a lot of money, but it is what it is. I'm perfectly happy. Seriously, I'm perfectly happy bringing in 1% every week because I've worked for the past 5 decades. My first job was in 1974. I am officially retired. Okay, so all the money I've accumulated along the way, no help to the federal government whatsoever. We are in April. I still have not received my first Social Security check, which I should have got in January, but no, none for me. I don't know why that is. It is what it is. All right, so that being said, what we're going to do here tonight is you are going to give me stock symbols that you are interested. Now, I got a trading strategy that is simple, safe, predictable, and consistent. It's one of the easiest trading strategies there is. It's called covered call writing on dividend stocks. Now, the reason I like dividend stocks, Enza, I see you. How you doing? The reason I like dividend stocks is because these companies share their profits. So that means every week I collect money. I do, every single week, 1%. So whatever your account is, you got 50 grand, 1% is 500 bucks. You got 10,000, 1% is 100. You got 100,000, 1% is 1,000. You got 1 million, 1% is 10,000. All depends on what are you working with. what are your goals? Now, we're all different. Anywhere between 2,000 and 30,000 people will come through these 11. We're up to 11 channels now. So we're live streaming on 11 different channels. So I'm going to tell you now before we really get rolling, if I don't get to your question in the time frame in which makes you happy, I'm terribly sorry for that. I have a lot of screens in front of me, so I have to read each and every digital camera which questions that come through. So I can't get through all of them at its finest. I can't do it. Okay, so I stop them and I read them one at a time. So if you ask a question, I will get to it before the night is over. Okay, so I would appreciate it if you only gave me dividend stocks, companies that actually share their profits. You know what would be better than that? If the companies that you give me are actually profitable. Okay? That means they're making more money every year. More money this year than they did last year. Get to the damn point. There is no point. The point is, you're going to give me a stock symbol that you like. I'm going to put it through the ringer and see, is it going to fit? Is it going to give me what I'm looking for? So get to the damn point. There is no point. What do you got for me? Okay, you got something for me to look at? Great. If not, I'm going to do. All right, West, what is this? Okay, there you go. Facts, gotta love it. Okay, so who do we have in the house? We're just getting started, so we're going to say hi to everybody. We got to be cordial after all. All right. Jake Carrillo. That is so cool. Thank you. What do you think about gold and silver? Now, don't get me wrong. I like gold and silver. I don't know stocks. Well, actually, you know more about stocks than you think you do. Okay? I'm sure you've driven down the road. You've seen a McDonald's. You've seen a Burger King. You've seen a Wednesday. You've probably seen Mobil, Exxon, Hess, British Petroleum, Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's. All of these companies that you recognize right by seeing them, those are publicly traded companies. And if you got money to invest, which at some point in time, you have to think about it. Because whether you like it or not, whether you agree or not, it doesn't really matter. It is coming whether you like it or not. Did I think I was going to be 62? Hell no. I thought I was going to be in my 18, 19, 20s forever. But no, it doesn't work that way. As the days go by, you get older and older and older. By the way, change your title. Why do I need to change my title? Wednesday. I don't see anything that says Wednesday on there. Anyway. Okay, that being said, let's take a look at what you guys have. But before we do, I want to say hi to those that are in the house. Let's see, who do we have? Ruben, gold and silver. Now, don't get me wrong, gold and silver have their place. But for weekly cash flow, they don't. Sorry, I actually have some gold and I actually have some silver. But nobody has ever deposited money into any of my accounts on a weekly basis. So they're great for holding their value, but they don't give you cash flow. Sorry, that's just the way I feel about gold and silver. Kissable, I see you. How you doing? All right, so who do we have over here? Over here. Master Wombat, Manilow, Andre, Scott, Zach, Michelle, Richie Rich. Oh, Richie, not Rich. Sorry. Peyton, Frank, BNL. Fruit Tree Vibe. Really? That's the guy's name. Really? Really? Abram, Enza, Lawrence, Wilson, Will, Unknown, Will, okay, Cause and Astra, dude, Redneck Guy, the Trump manipulation at its finest. Totally clueless what you're talking about. I don't do politics and I don't do religion. Okay, you want to talk about anything else? No politics, no religion. We're here to talk about investing on a weekly basis. Totally different. Okay, Redneck wants to take a look at Microsoft. Niculator, what's happening? Bobby wants to take a look at Intel, and then Niculator wants to take a look at Mara. Okay, so we'll take a look at those. Give me a second. I got to go over to here and find out who's in this neck of the woods. Who do we have here? We have Mike. What's happening, Mike? Sing, what's going on? Oscar's house in the house. Habisha, okay. Kyrox, Nico, Unknown, Hall Trades, joined. That's a weird name. Joined. Okay. Bullish Babe, HSA, Uni, Clay Browning, Alex, Univision. Hello, hello. Hello, my friends. Hello. Also, the camera is inverted. You do realize that I've been doing this for over 15, 16 years. And yes, I know that the selfie camera on the iPhone doesn't coordinate properly with YouTube's algorithm to make the images seem to be correct. If you got a way of doing it, let me know. Okay? Thank you there, Pumpkin. Gotta love it. All right, so let's take a look. First one on the list was Redneck. Redneck guy came up with Microsoft. Now, if you don't know much about Microsoft, let me just give you a brief introduction. Okay? MSFT. Microsoft has consistently increased its profits year after year after year after year. I can do this 25 times because more than 25 years consistently increasing year after year after year. Okay, that works for me. Love Microsoft. Now, anytime I take a look at a chart, I want to do the same thing over and over and over again. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. So, 1 year chart, 5 things I'm looking for. Take you 2 to 4 seconds. 2, 4 seconds. You ready? Number 1, the high. Number 2, the low. Number 3, where was it a year ago? Number 4, where is it today? And number 5, what is the motion of the ocean? There you go. She went up, she dropped, now she's bouncing back up again. That's it. 2 to 4 seconds. But once that's okay, what am I looking for? Specifically, I'm looking for, I don't want to buy at the high of the year. Okay, see the high of the year is right here. I don't want to buy at the high, and I don't want to buy at the low. So it's somewhere in between the high and the low. So 372 is kind of okay. Once I see that, now I want to go take a look at the numbers. Is it going to be beneficial for me to take a look at Microsoft for next week? Now, this week is already done and over with. Granted, I know tomorrow's Wednesday. We got 3 days left, but here's the thing. When I buy a stock, I do a covered call, and that is a 5-day trade. I like to buy on a Monday, get out by Friday. So tomorrow's Wednesday, so we already lost 2 days this week. So think of it this way. Monday to Friday is 5 days. That's 100% of the week. Monday's gone, there's 20%. 20% gone. Tuesday, gone. That's 40%. So we got a 60% profitable profit potential. Okay, because usually on a week from Monday to Friday, it's usually a 100% profitable scenario. As I go on, you'll understand. Okay, so here we are. Remember I said I want the numbers to work? All right, so if I'm buying at 372, I want to sell it. Oh, we got a minor problem. Okay, so here's the minor problem. Not really a problem, but it is what it is. The last trade today was 372.29. After hours, 383. So she jumped up $11 after hours. So these numbers right here aren't going to work for us because they all been skewed. Okay, because these numbers don't change in the evening. Only this number changes, which is the current price. Chris, what's happening, Mr. Chris? How you doing today? So anyway, 372. Okay, it's at 383. The 3,250s are going for 94. Hell no. That's only 3 days. That's not going to work. So we're going to go for next week, which would be the 17th. Okay. So the 383s going for 460. So that just might work if you like Microsoft. So let's check it out. The last 30 days. It's like the last 90 days. The last 90 days, I'm looking for the exact same thing. The high, the low, where was it? Where is it? Look at this. Down, up, down, up. Okay, she's bouncing off that bottom. That is clear to see. So let's zoom in a little tighter to take a look at the last 30 days. So the last 30 days gives me a good idea what you guys are doing. Yep, I'm pointing to you. You and I are the investors. We buy, we sell, we create this mess. We decide what's too high. We decide what's too low. Okay, so 30-day high, 415. We dropped down 355, and now we're bouncing back up again. Okay, do you like Microsoft? That's the question. Do you like Microsoft enough to put your own money on the line? Anthony, what's happening, Anthony? So, that being said, the 460s. All right, so let's do this. Let's get rid of this. Now, remember I said I do a simple trading strategy called the covered call. The covered call basically means it's one of the safest trades because you buy the stock first, then you sell a stock option against the position. So basically, I'm buying it for 383, and I'm selling it for 382.50, a little bit less than what I paid for it, and still walking away with the profit. So I'm going to say that again slower, and I'm going to enunciate my words so you can understand that. I'm going to buy Microsoft first thing tomorrow morning. I'm going to turn around and sell it using a covered call strategy, and I'm going to sell it for less than what I paid for it and still walk away with the profit. We got over here, Univision wants to know how. I don't like Bill. I have no idea who Bill is. Okay, Univision. So how do I buy it, sell it for less than I paid for it, and still walk away with a profit? It's called the covered call, created for my 9-year-old daughter. So let's do this. All right, 383. We're going to do this one right there. There it is right there. Let's do this. Right there. Here's the order. I want to do just one contract so you know what one costs. Because once you understand what one costs, you'll be able to figure out, well, can I do 4? Can I do 8? Can I do 73? Because we're all different. All right, here we go. Buy one, covered call, Microsoft. 24 April 26. That means that option is going to expire next Friday. Not this Friday, next Friday. The 382.50 call option. Well, the stock currently is at 382.60, and I'm selling it for 382.50, less than what I paid for it, and still walking away with profit. Let's check this out. So max profit right there. Do you remember the part where I said simple, safe, predictable, consistent? Do you remember that part? Well, the simple part is the trading strategy is one of the easiest strategies that there is. I'm buying the stock, I'm turning around and selling it for the closest strike price possible. As soon as I buy it. As soon as I buy it, I'm going to turn around and resell it. Okay? So if I buy it at $100, I'm going to sell it at $100. If I buy it at $50, I'm going to sell it at $50. So you're probably asking yourself, well, how are you making money? Well, I'm selling a covered call option. Remember this part I said predictable? Well, I know exactly what I'm buying. I know what my profit is, and I know exactly what it's going to cost me. And then I know when the exit date is, hypothetically, because it may or may not. Okay, but anyway, so 482 is the profit, 37,000 is the investment. Yes, as the stock prices go higher, the investments increase also. So to find out the rate of return, now here's where we change things up a little bit. Because I'm investing for weekly cash flow every 5 days or every 7 days, however you look at it. Okay, so to find out my rate of return, I take the profit, 482, throw it into the calculator, and then I divide it by my investment. The investment, cost of the trade, including commissions and fees, 37,768. All right, so divided by 37,768, and that gives me a grand total of 1.2%. Now remember, my goal is 1% every single week, because for me, 1% every week is over 50% by the end of the year. We got bumped here. Okay, so we're going to have to reboot this one. All right, we got bumped, so let's try this one again. And now the end is near, and so I face. There we go. Try it one more time. Give me just one more time. If we try one more. Okay, so I'm going to reboot that one. All right, so 1.2%. Now, my goal for me is 1, because 1% is over 50% by the end of the year. So I'm perfectly okay taking 1% off this Microsoft trade. Okay, so let's take a look. So let's get rid of this while we're waiting for that to shoot up. Get rid of that. Go back to there. Go back to here. And here we go. Well, let's move this over. Let's change this to that. And put in Wednesday. All right. And we go that way, and we go that way. All right, bring that one back down, and we want to change that to white. There we go. And then we want to take this and bring that over to there and do this like this. There it is, right there. Yeah, baby, yeah. Okay, so Microsoft, 24 April. That's next Friday. The 382.50s. Okay? So I'm buying it at 383.06, selling the 382.50s, picking up 482, putting in 37,000. So that's 1.2%. Now I'm okay with 1% a week, because 1% a week is over 50% by the end of the year. All right. So let's save this one. Come on. $1.2. Next. Come on, come on, come on. Lost connection again. Damn it. What the hell's wrong with that damn phone? All right, let's do this. Let's get out of this one. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do that. Okay, let's go up here. Whoops. Let's go there. Let's do that. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. Okay, so let's try this one. See if this one works any better. Yes, I know that one ended. Okay, so we seem to be okay. I need some juice. Here we go. Alrighty, and there we go, and come on. There we go. All right. So this one didn't want to work properly. All right. Don't know what's going on there, but it is what it is. All right, so that's Microsoft. Next, let's come up with another one. What else do we have? What else do we have? All righty. I never invest in Bill Gates companies. All right, Univision, thank you. Farah, how you doing, Farah? Mini-Me, Phil, all your numbers will be off. Thank you there, Phil. Najigabator. Okay, Vicky, good evening, Vicky. Phil, after hours is through the roof across the board because of the Ireland truce. Imagine that. How? Phil, by collecting the premium on the covered call. Thank you. Phil, I don't know any of the terms you just used in this sentence. Okay, Phil, I get where you're coming from. Yo, Alex. How's it going, Papa G? Everything's going wonderful. What about BBAI? Okay, BBAI. I heard of it once, but I don't invest in it. I never heard of it. Okay, $2.50, shoots up to $9.50, drops back to $3. Now we're at $3.45. Okay, let's zoom into it. Let's see what the last 30 days looks like. Down, up, down, up, down. Nope. Sorry. Here's the bottom here. She bounced up. Now she's pulling back down again. Sorry. It just doesn't go. It's not going the right way. Okay? So, what else do we have down here? John Ward, aloha. Jazz hands, but you have to buy 100 shares, though. Correct. So there are other trading strategies other than this one. This one is simple, easy, and predictable. The other one's not so much. I mean, you could buy a few shares and then when it goes up, then sell it. Kissable wants to take a look at Halliburton. H-A-L. Okay. ASTS. Chuck, we'll get to that in a minute. Gorgeous. A little bit. Well, a little bit. Isn't that nice? Chuck, we'll get to you in a second. What do we have over here? Over here we have Robo, Robert, Elwood, Hammer Sophia, King Me, Nate, D. Thomas, Mark, Daniel, Ron, Andrew, Vinny, Clay Browning, Power Investment. Okay. GD, Christian, Joanne, Luke, Tyler, Constanta, okay, Mr. UK, Flower, Matthew, Larry, Denied Dan, okay, Ron Ratman, Addie Jess, Steve Cohen, Mike, hey, Mr. Mike, nice to see you again, Mahi, Nick, PRXD Garrett. I love Bedded Bulls, 295, 29.50, and Timberwolves game under 280, 238. I made 322 off 100. Let's go. Totally lost there, but thank you, Garrett. Missy, top 10. Leaders, speakers. Paulie. And Mex Luther, man calls are closed today. Gonna print. No idea what that means, but okay. Mex, call a Taco Tuesday. Okay. All right, Lewis, hello. When you say bottom, what is a bottom exactly? What the reasoning behind the bounce? Wow. Okay, Jordan, how you doing? So you want to know where the bottom is and what's the meaning of behind bounce. That's some weird shit, but okay. Now, just for the fun of it, let's take a look at the chart, shall we? Okay. When I say the top, if you're taking a look at the chart, okay, the top is the top. I don't know how else to explain it. The top is the top. That's the highest it was this year. Okay, this is a year ago. This is today. This is what it's done all year up to today. Where's the top? The top is right there. What's the bottom? Well, the bottom is the lowest possible price throughout the whole year. A year ago today, okay, what are we in? April. Okay, April 7th. 2025. That's this right here. April 7th, 2025. That's the bottom right there, the absolute lowest part. So stocks go up, they drop. When they drop, they hit a bottom, and then they turn around and go back up. Or they bounce, whatever you want. I'm at a loss. Okay, how do you explain what's the bottom? The bottom is the lowest point on the chart. What's the bounce? Well, when it drops down to a certain point, turns around, goes right back up again. It's kind of like a ball, bouncing ball. Bouncy, bouncy, chunky, chunky, fun, 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 fun. The wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one. Okay, so hopefully that made sense. Cause and Astra. Thank you there, Cause. Lewis, thank you for that. So what do we have over here? Call it Taco Tuesday. How about I don't? Okay, so what do we have down here? Cool, cool, cool. All right. So you guys don't have anything for me to look at. All right, fine. Aren't you going to pull a rabbit out of my hat? ADP, first one on the list, on my list. ADP, just because the numbers looked good. Here we go. the high, the low. Where was it? Where is it? Look at this. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up. All right, so she's bouncing off the bottom. Okay, the high's right here. She drops, hits the bottom, and now turns back up again. It's bouncing off the bottom. Okay, last 30 days. Okay, high, low, now she's bouncing. I don't know how else you want to explain that. Okay, it's kind of like a ball. You ready? Bounce, 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 bounce. Okay, so we're currently sitting at 203. Okay, we're at 203. We dropped back up. Don't know what happened here. So that's going to be a no for ADP. Sorry. Papa Smurf wants to take a look at Hood. Or is that Mama Surf? NQ Smurf. Okay. Micah, how you doing? So, Hood, you say. Hood. There we go. Same thing. Same thing. Here's the top. Here's the bottom. Where it was. Where it is. She shoots up. She pulls down. Now she's going back up again. Let's zoom into the last 30 days. Here you go. Shoots up. There's the top. Drops. Bounces off of that. Now we're at 69, 65. After hours, we hit 74, 30. So the 74s are going for 218. That sounds like a plan if you like Hood. Okay? Johnson FX Trader. I have 99%. All righty. We did this one yesterday. Okay, so that's Hood. Let's take a look at it. What is it doing? Get out of that. We'll do a covered call on Hood if you like it. Now, Hood, I don't think they have any dividends, but if you like Robinhood, great. Home Depot dropped again. Is it ready to bounce back up? KD 327, sit tight. Secretariat, dude, haven't heard from you in a while. Hello, James, long time no post, but often lurking. That's a little disturbing. You do know that, right? Disturbing, Secretariat. Lurking in the background. Yeah, I see you. Anyway, so let's take a look at this. We're currently at 74.23. So let's do the 74s and see what numbers we come up with. All right, 74 right there. One contract, just so we're not too far out of hand. Here we go. And this is what the numbers look like. YouTube sucks. I'm a lurker too. Well, alrighty then. If that don't make sense, my man, you are in the wrong profession. Okay, Mike, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but okay. Good evening, love your channel. All right, thank you. All right, let's keep on moving. All right, so here we go. By one covered call, Hood. Robinhood. 24 April 26th. That's next Friday. See, this week we only have 3 days left. Not quite enough room to move. Who do we have? Vera Furtatalk. Okay, Vera, how are you doing today? All right. 212 is the profit. 74 is the call option. The stock is at 74.23. So I'd actually be selling it for less than what I paid for it, still walking away the profit. Is next Friday 417? Yes, it is, Miss Enzo. APLD was great today, 8% on a 3-day contract. Nicely done. 7,100 is the investment. Let's check and see what the rate of return of that's going to be. Because, you know, I'm looking for 1%. So does this fit? Well, calculator. 212 is the profit. We're going to divide that by 71.88. And that gives you a grand total of 2.9. 2.9. So I'm okay with a 2.9. I'm actually okay with 1%. Jay Sebs. What's happening, Jay Sebs? How you doing? So I'm okay with 2.9% for 1 week because that works for me. All right, so let's do this. Let's save this one. Okay, while we're waiting for that, let's clear this thing up. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go back to here. Now we're ready to go, and there it is. There you have it. Hood, Robin Hood. 24 April 26th. That's for next Friday. Because this Friday, we only have 3 days left. Not enough space. But the $74 call option, look at this. We're at $74.30 at the moment. So the stock's at $74.30. We're selling the 74s and picking up $212 per contract. Jake, what's happening there, Jake? I see you. 7,100 is what I'm throwing in for 2.4? 2.9. Holy cow. 2.9. I love it. All right, so let's get this one out of here. 2.9. All right, 2.9. Gotta love it. Next. All right, Dog Face Pony Soldier. It's an interesting name. So Dog Face Pony Soldier wants to take a look at Ford. Okay, let's take a look at Ford. Here we go. Ford. Here's the top. Here's the bottom. Here's where we were. Here's where we are. Look at this. Shoots up. Big drop. Back up, back down. What's going on there? It doesn't look very happy. Okay, here's your last 30 days. Okay, we were at 13. Dropped down to 11. Bounced back up, but now we're falling back down again. So no to Ford. Not for this week. Maybe next week or the week after. Gencia. Is it? Yeah, Gin Clay. Okay. Okay, Villy wants to take a look at Pepsi. Yo, remember Frontman? No. Sorry, don't know what Frontman means. So, Villy wants to take a look at Pepsi. Now, we looked at Pepsi last night, I believe, and it was a big fat no, and it's going to be another no again today. Down, up, down. Nope. That was simple. People spend way too much time trying to figure shit out. It's an easy strategy. It's either going up or it's going down. Philip Morris. Steven. Okay. PM. No. Up, down, no. Sorry, I mean, it's dropping. The high's there, 190. Now we're down 157 and still dropping. Wait for it to stop. Don't get me wrong. If you like the company, wait for it to stop, turn around, go back up again. It hasn't done that yet. See? Down, down, down. All right. Wait for it to turn. SMR. Okay. SMR. Now, I do have some SMR. Okay. Mine looks like this too. No. See, it doesn't take me long to take a look at anything. Okay. It takes me 2 to 4 seconds. What am I looking for? The high, below, where was it, where is it, and what is it doing? That's it. It takes 2 to 3 seconds. For me, 2 to 3 seconds. Okay? It was here last year, shot up, now it's dropping. Okay, when she stops dropping and turns around, then I'll take a look at it. As a matter of fact, this is going to sound strange, but I'm putting SMR on the list for tomorrow. Steven, I'll take a look at Hormel in a second. Now, you might be asking, why, if I don't like SMR this week, why am I putting it on the list next week? Well, I'm about to tell you. You ready? Okay, Elvaro Real Estate. What timeline are you looking? Well, number one, I'm looking at the 1-year chart. Okay, this is the 1-year chart. Today's April 7th, 2026. That's right here. April 7th, 2025 is way over there. So all of this happened in the last 12 months. Okay, so why am I putting this on my list for next week? Drew Dank. Hey, Drew, how you doing? So this is why I'm putting it on my list for next week. Here's your last 30 days. Okay, here's the high, here's the low, here's where it was, here's where it is. Look at this. Up, down. Here's the new 30, here's your new bottom. Okay, so you cannot buy any lower than the bottom. And that, my friends, is today. $9.16. You can't buy it any lower than that. So, it's on my list for next week. Because as soon as this baby turns around, I want 2 days to the upside. That means 2 days going up. And then on the third day, if it's continuing going up, I will jump in on the third day. That's my rule for me. You got to figure out what works for you. Why is it important that the stock isn't going down? Because, Lewis, you never know where the bottom is. See, right now, today, Lewis, it's at 9.16. Tomorrow, it could be 9. It could be 8. It could be 7. We just don't know. As it drops, you have to wait until it's done. Stocks do two things and only two things. They go up until they're done going up. And then they turn around and go down until they're done going down. And when they're done going down, they will turn around and go right back up again. So let me give you a couple examples. All righty. Okay. It went this side. Okay, she went down, found the bottom, turned around, went up. Okay. Okay. She went down, found the bottom, turned around, went back up again. I can do this all day long. That's all stocks do. They go up, they go down. They go up until they're done going up. And then they go down until they're done going down. It's actually just that simple. Now, I don't pick the bottoms because I've never been very good at it. And I don't know if the next day is going to be lower. So I look for the bottom after a 30-day top. Then I look for 2 days up. 1, 2. And then on the third day up, which would have been this one right here, that's where I jump in. Okay, bottom, 1 day up, 2 days up. On the third day, that's where I jump in. I've never been good at picking bottoms, and I've never, ever, ever, ever picked a top. Never picked a top, never picked a bottom. So I don't even try anymore. What stock is this? This is SMR, New Scale Power Corporation. Secretariat sold me some $7 REPL puts for $125 today. I have no idea what RELP is. REPL. Let's try that one more time. REPL. Replimune Group. I have no idea what that means. Dude, look at all those gaps. You got a huge gap here. Holy cow. It goes from 13 down to below 3. That's a huge drop. Then she gapped up, gapped down, gapped up. Now we're going sideways. Okay. And you sold some what today? You sold some 7 puts? Okay. Cool beans. Good for you. All right. So Stefan wants to take a look at Hormel. HRL. Okay, here we are at Hormel. I'm going to say the same thing I said on the other company. No, because it's dropping and dropping. Look, down, up, down. Here's your new bottom. Now, if you did not know, Hormel, HRL, is a dividend king. That means 5 decades of consistent profits. It means every single year for the past 5 decades. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years or more. The company's over 100 years old. Over 5 decades of consistent profits every year. Higher and higher and higher and higher and higher profits. So yeah, it's on my list. However, not this week. Because this week, we have the new 30-day bottom. So I'm putting it down for next week because that baby's going to turn around any day now. RL. Okay. Yep. I'm an old dude. I write stuff down. I'm actually that old. Okay. Alvaro got it. Thank you. Dr. Doom! 1% a week is insane. Now, I'm not quite sure if you're saying that's insane as in a good thing or that's insane as in a bad thing. Hormel's been dropping for 4 years solid. Yeah, I get that, Zach, but what you're missing, okay, even though Hormel's price has been dropping, the company profits have consistently increased because you cannot be a dividend king. Oh, Dr. Doom, hold on a second. If the stock price is dropping and the profits keep increasing, it's still a dividend king, which means it made more money last year than it did the year before. It made more money the year before that than the other year. Okay, hold on a second. Let me do the math. You hold on a second. I'll be right back. Now, see, Dr. Doom, I feel a little bit better that. Number one, you're using the word doctor. Now, most people don't use the word doctor unless they put the time and effort in to become a doctor. That's number one. Or two, you're egotistical and you just want to call yourself a doctor, whether you want or not. Irrelevant. But either way, you said, hold on a second, you got to check the math. Now, I'm not quite sure, but if you're a doctor, my assumption would be that you're smarter than a 9-year-old because the trading strategy that I'm showing you was created for my 9-year-old daughter. Okay? 9 years old. Simple, safe, predictable, consistent, 1% per week. And yep, if you're a doctor, you probably know there's 52 weeks in the year. And if I get 1% every single week, that's over 50% per year. Simple math. I don't know what you need to check, but okay. Heather, how you doing? Ethan, I see you. Steve-O, what's happening? Engaging narratives. Okay. SA1, can't you use a normal name? SA1, SMAM1. Can you draw? Okay. That is just disturbing, dude. Okay. Is a comic character. Yes, I know who Dr. Doom is, a comic character, so my assumption is you're not a doctor. Okay, so yeah, maybe you need to check your math. But here's the thing. The trading strategies that I'm giving to you for free. Okay, I'm not charging anything. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not going to try to sell anything. Okay? You want to buy something? You all know how it works. Yep, we're online. Go to the website, buy something if you feel the desire. But here's the thing. 1% every single week is over 50% by the end of the year. Whatever math you got to figure out, you do that one. Okay, X. What the hell is that? LRCX. Lamb Resh Corporation. Okay, well, let's check it out. You ready? Here's the high of the year, 260. Here's the bottom, 59. So it goes from 59 to 260. You do realize 59 to 260 is 500% increase. Yeah, I'm looking for 1% a week. That's 50% a year. This thing went from 59 all the way up to 260. That's 500% increase. If you got it. Now, I didn't get it. It's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Cajun, how you doing? Smokey, what's going on? What's your favorite ticker for the upcoming week? Macy's. I love Macy's. It's always good. How does this work? Mrs. Bushing While Black. Mrs. Blushing While Black. Okay. I'm going to give you that one. It's your name. You do what you want. Okay. Isaac. We'll take a look at UPS in a minute. Okay. So, Miss Blushing, the way it works, if we buy a quality company that is consistently profitable. Okay? Now, we check every single week, and as of this week, there are 11,003 companies that you can choose from. So any day in the stock market, you can choose between 11,000 companies. That doesn't include the indexes, and that doesn't include the ETFs, and that doesn't include, what's that one? Mutual funds. Okay, it doesn't include any of that stuff. Just the companies you can invest in. 11,003. That's a lot. Now, I only look at about 350 because my concern is two criteria and only two. Number one, are they consistently profitable? That means every single year they increase their profits. It's a yes or a no. And if they do, they make it onto the prestigious lists. I'm going to give you 4 of them right now. List number 1, the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, the peak, the whatever you want to call it. Dividend Kings list. Okay? Dividend Kings list. These are companies that have increased their profits for more than 5 decades, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Dividend King. Second list would be the Dividend Aristocrats. Not as good as the Kings, but just one step down. 25 years of increased profits. And then we got the Dividend Champions. Again, 25 years. But the rules are a little bit different between the Aristocrats and the Champions. But still, 25 years. List number 4. The Dividend Contenders. Now, they have anywhere between 10 and 24 years of increased profits. So finding a good quality company is not that difficult. You just go to Google. Or you can go to the website and just order the page. Yep. Okay, Jacob has made available for purchase anything that you guys can think of that you might help you out. Let's get back to what we're doing. All right, so LRCX. Here's the bottom. Jumps up 500%, drops back up, back down, back up. Okay, maybe. Let's zoom in a little closer. Here's our last 30 days. She dropped, found the bottom, shot up, found the 30-day high, dropped again after some profit taking, more likely. Now she's turning around again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days up, we have all that space. We have all that real estate to keep going if you like this company. So let's check this one out. Let's get rid of this. Let's do a covered call at 235, just so you can understand the numbers. Here we go. 1 contract. That way you can calculate in your head whether or not you can afford to do 5, 10, 30, 72, 118, however many. You can do however many you want. All right, so buy 1 covered call, LRCX, if you like the company. Is that Juan? Juan, ¿qué pasa, amigo? ¿Cómo está? Okay, LRCX, 24 April. That's not this coming Friday, but next Friday. The 235 stock option. Okay, we're selling some. Okay, I'm going to buy it at 236. Here's right there. 236.20. I'm going to turn around and sell it for 235 and still walk away with a profit. Can you wrap your heads around that? I mean, think about it, seriously. How can I buy something, turn around, sell it for less than I paid for it, and still walk away with a profit? It's a question. It's a serious question. How do I do it? Angel, I'm new to this. Do you recommend any learning resources in practicing apply the skill? Angel, the easiest, simplest thing to do is just show up every day. Show up every day, pay attention, paper, pencil, crayon, marker, mascara, and then just take notes. Ask whatever questions you need. And yes, I've written 15 books. Yes, there's a whole bunch of stuff on the website. Buy whatever you feel like buying. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Okay? It's just here for education. Roots of Faith. Thank you. Phil, next Friday is the 17th, not the 24th. That's probably why I'm getting so much money out of this one. All right, let's edit this one. Thank you. Let's go to the 17th. All right, right there. 17th. All right, now let's look at it. That's a little bit different. Thank you. 547 is the profit. Okay. 22,953. Okay. Praetorian. Hey, Praetorian. Passport Eric. Gap. EX date is this week. Looking good. Okay, Eric, we'll take a look at the gap in a second. Let's see what these numbers look like. Calculator, 547 is the profit. We're going to divide it by the investment, which is 22,953, coming to a total of 2.3%. Terry, Hertz and Macy's. Sit tight. Okay, so 2.3%. Now, my goal is 1% a week. Am I willing to take 2.3? Yeah. 2.3 Lamresh Corporation. Never heard of it. But if you like the company, always do your own research. Just don't blindly listen to some idiot online. Yep, that's me, the idiot online. Okay, here we go right here. There it is. LRCX, the 235 call options. 17 April, that's next Friday. 547 is the profit. 23,000 is the investment. 2.3%. Now, if 1% every week is 50% per year, well, how much is 2.3? It's got to be more than 100%. But do you like the company? All right, that's number 3. We got to come up with 2 more. Two more. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. Change this back to that. Go back to here. Alrighty. What do we have? Alrighty. What do we have down here? Okay. Alrighty. More questions. So, do you only sell covered calls? No. I do a bunch of other things, but here, for free, at night, I do one trading strategy and only one. Gope, Lucky Gope. What's happening, Lucky Gope? I'm going to call you Lucky Goat. This sounds better. Okay, so Isaac wants to take a look at UPS. The ups dues, the boys in brown. Interesting. Okay, here's the high, here's the low, here's where it was, here's where it is. Up, down, up, down. What's going on? What is going on? Oh, we got a little kitty cat over here. That's so sweet. Last 30 days. 30-day high, 30-day bottom, up, down. Not this week. Sorry. So Passport Eric wants to take a look at the gap. Interesting. It looks like it ran out of steam, though. Here we go. Here's the high. Here's the low. Here's where it was. Here's where it is. Up, down, up, down, up, down. What's going on right there? It looks like it's turning in the wrong direction. Okay, here's your 30-day bottom. Here's your 30-day top. Profit taking went up. Now she's coming back down again. Not this week. Matter of fact, the gap won't look good for about another 2 weeks. My opinion. What the hell is my opinion good for? Nothing. Terry wants to take a look at Hertz. HTZ. Now I have a bunch of Hertz. I do. And ooh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to tend to my Hertz. I didn't see that. You see that right there? What happened today? Wasn't expecting that. All right. Here's the high. Here's the low. Here's what it was. Here's where it is. Look, up, down, up. That looks freaking awesome. But it's definitely not time to jump in. Definitely time to jump out. Okay, your 30-day bottom is here, and she shot up to here. It goes from 380 to 580. Now add that up in your head. 380, which is just below 4, to 580, which is just below 6. That, my friends, is a 50% increase in 2.5 weeks. Yeah, definitely time for profit taking on this one. Perfect time to buy puts. And then this thing drops, and then your put value goes up. If that's what you're into. But unfortunately, definitely not time to buy Hertz. Not at the high. I don't buy anything at the high. All right, Macy's. Interesting for Macy's. Again, here we go. High, low, is, up, down, up, down. Not quite what I want it to do, but here we go. 30-day high, 30-day bottom. Shoots up or bounces up, drops. Now it's going back up again. Okay, so the 18s. Okay, the 18s are going for 76. Hell yeah. I love me some Macy's. Let's get rid of this. Okay, let's go there. Let's go covered call. Let's do the 18. One contract. I see somebody just chimed in. Even though I'm looking down, I can still see the screens moving. Durhamite. Durhamite wants to take a look at WBD. Never heard of it. Natish Patel, how you doing? AJ Mama, back again. How are you doing? Warner. Warner Brothers, is that what that is? Okay, sit tight. Okay, what do we have here? 7 covered calls. Isaac. What can Brown do for you? Nothing this week. That's funny. Mujen. Is there a playlist on your channel to learn what you are doing? I'm very interested in learning what you got going on. Well, thank you kindly there, sir. You got a couple of choices. Choice number 1, you can chime in every night, because I'm here every night. 2, you can actually go to the website, buy whatever books and videos you want. Or 3, you can actually join my morning trading group if you're up for that. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Derek, how can I apply this method in real time, James? Well, Derek, you can give me a call or drop me your number and I'll give you a call. And then you can join my morning trading group if you're up for that. Because every morning we take a look at what's going on. And I walk you through all the trades that I'm doing. Now, I got 7. Well, no, wait a minute. I'm down to 5 accounts now. I had 7 at the beginning of the year, but now I'm down to 5. But I show you 3 different accounts every morning. And I walk you through each and every trade that I do. Then after I'm done, it's open conversation. So you can ask whatever questions you want. And I can walk you through the trades, basically kind of like holding your hands to make sure you don't make any mistakes. AJ, I'm watching and learning. Thank you for your knowledge. You're welcome there, AJ's mom. Okay, so let's finish up with this Macy's trade. 1 covered call Macy's. 24 April. Nope, I don't want to do 24 April. Damn it, I did it again. I want 10 April. Oh, wait, 17 April. Okay. There we go. 1 covered call Macy's. 17 April. That's next Friday. The $18 call option. $55 is the maximum profit. Cost of the trade, including commissions and fees, $17.45. Let's break out the calculator. How much money you made from trading, not training? Well, if I average over 1% every single week, and I've been doing this for over 15 or 16 years, and I started out with 12,500 30 years ago, I'll let you do the math. Because I don't really think about that anymore. My concern is, whatever is in my account, let's say hypothetically speaking, I got 100,000 in my account. My goal every week would be 1%. Okay, so 1% of 100,000 is $1,000. Now, if I had 500,000, my goal would be $5,000. If my account was $20,000, my goal would be $200. So whatever my account is, that's my goal for the week. Do I keep track of it? No, I don't. I shit you not. I got 5 different accounts. I had 7 last year, but I'm down to 5. If I make my target this week, why would it matter to me how much I made? Because I'm looking for the 1%. If I made the 1%, great. Then it's a win. If it's not a win, then it's marked off as not a win. So far this year, we are in month number 4. Okay, 4th month of the year, 2nd quarter, 2nd week, 2nd quarter, 4th month. However you want to look at it. So as of so far this year, from the beginning of January to today, I have 0 losses. Okay, count it up. I do an average of maybe 100 trades a week. So that's 13, 14, 15. We're in week number 15. So we're in week number 15, and I've done over 1,500 trades, about 100 trades a week. 1,500 trades, I got 0 losses this year. Last year, there might have been at least 3,000 or 4,000 trades, and I had 2 losses last year. Okay, so I don't keep track of what I make. I only keep track when I lose. And if I don't make 1%, I consider that as a loss. 1% is good for book writers. You know what? You could be right, but here's the thing. 1% every single week comes to 50% by the end of the year. And I'm perfectly okay with that. And I come out, the very first thing I tell people, if you're looking to hit a home run and retire tomorrow, this ain't it. This is slow. This is boring. This is monotonous. It is the same stocks week after week after week, year after year after year. We do Macy's almost every single week. IBM, AT&T, Ford, General Motors, companies you probably know all the names to. I don't keep track of them because I don't need to. I'm retired and I don't need to keep track of them. Is there a way to do a strategy with less than 1,000? Luis, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we're starting a new website. So we have 2 at the moment. Dividend Stock Talk, which is this channel, this show here. And then my original, which is The 10-Minute Trader, which was created for my 9-year-old daughter. So now my grandson is 6. So we're doing a new trading strategy specifically for my grandson. So where is a 6-year-old going to get money from? Well, I'll tell you where he's going to get it from. Spare change. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot because how is a 6-year-old going to have spare change? No, my spare change. Okay? My girlfriend's spare change. My ex-wife's spare change. Her boyfriend's spare change. My son, my daughter-in-law, and then her parents. So you got like 8 people throwing together, what, 35 cents a week, 50 cents a week, $1.25 a week. But 6 to 8 people doing that every single week. He's only 6 years old. He's got 12 years to go before he can access the money. And if he does, let's say he starts out with $50. Okay, he can do maybe 2 shares of Ford, maybe 1 share of General Motors, a quarter of a share of Microsoft, because they have what's called fractional shares. But here's the thing. When the company pays a dividend, even if you have a fractional share, you still get a portion of that profit. Now, for a 6-year-old, that's great. And for those of you who have less than enough, well, dividend capturing is a great strategy. It's simple. It's easy. All right. So anyway, Robin, I'm going to say it again. 50% a year for me for 5 or 10 minutes a day. Now, that's 1 hour a week. So 1 hour a week of my time to make 50% per year. Now, you got to understand how much coin I have. 1 hour of my time is worth well over $1,000. Actually, I'm not going to tell you what it is because that's just, it's what do they call that? Impolite. So when I say 1%, you take an idea, you take a look at what's in your account. Okay, you got 20 grand, 50% of 20 grand is 10 grand. Simple math. You got 100 grand, 50% of 100 grand is 50,000. So whatever you have, if you do 1% every single week, that comes to over 50% by the end of the year. You're either okay with it or you're not. And the 1% is good for book writers? No. I've written 15 books. I make more money doing this than I do from my books. So, no. Isaac, if you're selling an in-the-money call week out expiry, don't you risk getting assigned early? All right, Isaac, you thinking of being assigned is a bad thing. And I'm kind of curious where you get that idea. Because if I'm buying this at $18.90 and I'm selling it at $18, I'm walking away with $50. That's after everybody's been paid. I'm still walking away with a profit. I get all my money back. See, if I'm dishing out $1,700, I get all that money back and I keep the profit. So I'm making money even selling for less than I'm paying for it. Broden, Washington, are you more a fan of American-style options or European-style options? Well, see, the difference between American options and European options, American options can be exercised anytime. European options can only be exercised the day of expiration. So I'm not quite sure. How do you feel about that? Now, I'm perfectly okay with what I'm doing. Now, if I was in Europe, I'd probably adjust my trading so that it worked in favor for me then. Derek, do you do it every single week and it creates weekly cash flow? Thank you, Cajun. Zach Miller wants to take a look at Amazon. Now, Amazon doesn't have dividends, which means they don't share their profits. But you could do a covered call on them if you liked Amazon. Okay. Where are we? All right. So you guys are running out of questions. Doug Fryer, how are you doing today? All right. So you guys are out of questions. So I'm going to come up with something out of my... right there. D327 wants to take a look at Home Depot. Oh, wait a second. We're not done with Macy's yet. All right. 55 is the profit. Oh, shit. $55 is the profit. Cost of trade, including commissions and fees, $17.45. What does that come to? 55 profit divided by cost of the trade, including commissions and fees, $17.45. $17.45 gives me a grand total of 3.1%. So someone was saying 1% is not good. What's wrong with 3%? James, love your strategy. Could you explain how to roll a call? Ooh, doggy. Yeah, give me a second. So I'm going to say this one, 3.1. Just wondering if Home Depot is ready to bounce up yet. Okay, hold on. We'll take a look at that in a second. Math. Technoblade, how you doing? I see you sneaking in there. So I'm going to say this one because I like 3.1%. And it's Macy's. Macy's is going to be my number one favorite stock. Because, the company's over 100 years old. It's a household name brand. Everybody knows Macy's. All right. 3.1. Why the hell not? You know what I mean? Here we go. There it is. Macy's, 17 April. The $18 call option. 55 is the profit per contract. 1,700 is the investment. So for $1,700, I now create what I like to call a weekly cash producing asset. So yeah, I put up $1,700. This week it's paying me 55. All right, no big deal. Nothing to write home about. But here's the thing. I can get weekly cash flow every single week. So if it doesn't hit my target this week, fine. I'll do it again next week. If it doesn't hit my target next week, fine. I'll do it next week. Guess what? Macy's has been in business for over 100 years. Do I really care if I got to hold it for a year or two or three and collect dividends and collect weekly premiums? It's 3.1% just for this 1 week. So I say, hell yeah. All right, hell yeah at Macy's. Uh-oh, one more. We do 5 a day. We need one more, 3.1. What do we have? Okay, Home Depot. He was first. He asked for Home Depot first, so let's take a look. Home Depot, if you don't know, Home Depot is a dividend king, which means over 5 decades, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, well, 50 years. 50 years of increased profits. You either like it or you don't. Okay, so Zach, Amazon, we'll take a look at that. Cajun, we already looked at BBWI. And Jill will take a look at Starbucks. Sit tight. We'll take a look at those 3 in a minute. Home Depot is going to be a no for this week, but it's a good idea to keep your eye open on this one. This is the low of the year. And you make money in the stock market buying low and selling high. Well, guess what? You cannot get any lower than the low of the year. And that's today with Home Depot. Now, believe it or not, even though it's at the low of the year, they still have 5 decades of increased profits, which means they made more money last year than they did the year before. They made more money in 2025 than they did in 2024. They made more money in 2024 than they did. I can do this all day long for 5 decades. Either like it or you don't like it. Okay, Home Depot, I would wait. But I keep my eye on this week and next week because that baby's going to find the bottom, turn around, bounce right back up. And it's a dividend king. Over 5 decades of consistently increasing the profits. You either like it or you don't. Okay, so Zach wants to take a look at Amazon, AMZN. Now, you know I don't buy Amazon. The reason I don't, because they don't share their profits. So when the stock drops, it was at 260, now we're at 200. We just lost $60. Okay, that's 30%. 30% drop. What do you collect when the stock drops 30%? You collect nothing because they don't have any dividends. At least with Ford, General Motors, IBM, AT&T, and the stocks that I like, if the stock drops, I still collect the dividends, and they increase every year. So that just makes sense. Kai, how you doing, Kai? I know someone named Kai once. All right, so take a look. Here's the top. Here's the bottom. Here's where it was. Here's where it is. Up, down, up. Okay. We're at 213. Take a look at that. 30-day high, 220. 30-day bottom, drop 10% to 200. That's a 10% drop. Okay, now she's bouncing back up again. So she goes from 200 to 213. No, 213 is only 7%. So from here to here is 20%. No, that's a 10% drop, and that's a 7% increase. So, no. But let's take a look. The 213s. The 213s on Amazon, 213s. Holy shit. No. No. See, last traded price was 213. After market, she jumped to 221. So we're going to be looking at the 220s, which is right there. So let's look at the 220s. One contract. Here we go. By one covered call, Amazon. 24 April. I don't want 24 April. I want 17 April. April is next Friday. All right, here we go. That don't look good. $82 and got to invest $22,000? Hell no. That don't look good at all. $82 divide 22,000. Yeah, no. No to Amazon. Sorry, numbers just don't work. Brandon, I'm reading the Income Factory book now. Have you read it? Nope, never heard of it. Kai, Schwab. Now, Kai, do you have the ticker symbol for Schwab? Isn't it SHW? Is that right? SHW? Or is it SHWB? Well, let's take a look. SCHW. I was right. SCHW. There we go. Okay. Here's the top. Here's the bottom. Here's where it was. Here's where it is. Up, sideways, up, down, sideways. We're at 93.34. The 93 is going 3. Holy shnikey. For the 95s. Okay. Schwab makes sense. Uh-oh, got to prove I'm human. No, I'm a meat popsicle. All right, let's check this one out. Last 30 days. Interesting. Okay. Down, up. Down, up. Okay. 93. Okay. So let's do this one. Let's get rid of that. Let's change it to covered calls. The 94s. One contract. Here we go. Buy one covered call. SCHW. Charles Schwab. 24. How did I get a 24 April? No, I don't want 24 April. 17 April. Damn it. There we go. 17 April. One covered call, SCHW, Charles Schwab. 17 April. This is why I tell people, always, always, always read your order out loud before you press the send button. Because once you send that send button, that's it. You're locked in. All right. One covered call, SCHW, 17 April. The 94 call option. 337 is the profit. 9,000 is the investment. What is the rate of return? 1 + 1 is 11. Absolutely. Can you do Tesla? Rover, we'll take a look at that in a second. Calculator. 337 divided by 9,063, grand total of 3.7%. Well, if you like Schwab, what's wrong with that? Schwab. There it is. Charles Schwab Corporation. This is the last one of the night. Then we'll just do questions and answers. All right, there's our 4. We got one more. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Here's Johnny. There we go. There we go. Buy one covered call, SCHW, Charles Schwab. Jill will take Starbucks in a second. 17 April, that's next Friday. The 94 call option. 337 is the profit. 9,000 is the investment. 483, what was it? 3.7. Okay, I can do 3.7. 3.7. Gotta love it, gotta love it, gotta love it. Yeah, baby. Okay, so Jill wants to take a look at Starbuckies. All right, well, let's take a look at Starbucks. SBUX. Now, Starbucks is on the list, and it's going to be a no. Wasn't that quick, Jill? I didn't even turn to look at it, and I already know it's a no. Look at this right here. No. Sorry, Jill. Let me zoom in, and I'll explain. Here's the high, 104. Here's the bottom, 76. We shot up, pulled back. Shot up, pulled back. Now we shot up again. I don't like buying at the high of anything. Okay? 102 dropped down to 86. 86 to 95. That's $9. That's over 11%. It's 11% jump right there. Now, I could do the 95s for this week. Your devoted supporter is here. Check what its gift gallery and invite them to light them up. Okay, whatever. All right. So, the 95s are going for $325. Okay, That's a nice number. Let's take a look. AJ Mama, how do you make a 1% dividend? Okay, see, AJ Mama, you're confusing the dividend with the option premium or covered call, sell calls. Absolutely. Ghost Cap, how you doing? William, how you doing, William? Oh. Are we buying Gamma? No, Rover, we're not buying Gamma. Sorry. Hey, Dr. Corey, how you doing? When do calls, are you in the money or are you at the money or in the money? Always going to depend on a bunch of different things. Number one, what did I buy the stock for? Number two, what option did I sell? Number three, where is it at now? Number four, where is it going? And number five, what should I do next? Broden, I don't see any of these comments that you're replying to. All right, Broden, you're relatively new here. Let me explain something to you. Okay? You're not the only dancer on the dance floor. Okay? There are 11, I can't pick up, 11 platforms I'm live streaming to. So you're on TikTok channel number 2. TikTok channel number 1 is here. Then I got YouTube 1, YouTube 2, LinkedIn, Zoom, 11 different channels. So not all of the questions are on your screen. They're on that screen, that screen, that screen, or the screen down here. Okay? There's a lot of people here, and it's hard for me to get to every single question all at the same time. So, back to Starbucks. Good explanation. Thank you. I'm glad you like that answer. All right, so Jill. Okay, here it is right there. And the 95s are paying $3.25. That's a nice rate of return if you like it. So how do I get the 1% dividend? You're confusing the dividend with the option premium. Okay? This over here are options, stock options. So if I buy the stock, all right, hold on a second. Okay, so Mama, you ready? This is the stock chart. Just the stock chart. That's all it is. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, blah, 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 blah. You get rid of that, what are we stuck with? Well, we're stuck with the stock information. Here's the stock information right here. Okay, the last trade, the bid, the ask, the volume, the open, the high, the low, the close. That's all the stock information. Okay, so you have the stock information. You got the dividend. Okay, this is the EX dividend date. Each one of these little green dots represents a company paying a dividend, a portion of the company's profits. So the main idea of a company is to create a product or a service to collect a profit to live a better life. So when you go to work for someone to do something to create life easier for other people. Okay? So these little green dots represent the dividend. Okay? Hold on. Let's get this thing over there. Let's go to there. Okay. This is the stock information. Just a stock. But if we buy the stock, I can turn around and sell somebody the rights to buy it from me. So if I buy it at 95, I can sell it to someone else at 95 and collect $3.25 per share or $325 per contract. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm not collecting a dividend because the dividend is paid quarterly every 90 days. The stock options are every 7 days. The 10th, which is this Friday, the 17th, next Friday, the 24th, 2 Fridays away, May 1st, 3 Fridays away, May 8th, 4 Fridays away, May 15th, 5 Fridays away, so on and so forth. So on the weekly basis, I collect the option premium quarterly basis, every 90 days or every 13 weeks, I collect the dividend. So it's dividend every quarter. Stock option every 7 days. So it's weekly options. Hopefully that made sense. Next. Zillville Sticks wants to take a look at ExxonMobil. Why do you want to look at any XOM, any oil company in this situation? Okay? Shot up because of the craziness. I don't buy anything at the high, and I don't buy anything in craziness times. Superlative. So if the stock goes up, it's called off, or do you always have the opportunity to roll it over still? Always have the opportunity to roll it. And it still goes down and you have to hold it or roll it over. Absolutely. So superlative, every week, at least 2, 3, 4 times a week, I ask myself the same question on each and every single position. What did I buy? What did I sell? Where is it now? Where does it look like it's going? What should I do? Same 5 questions on every single position. So if I'm looking at, are you entering a single leg option? Actually, no. Well, it kind of, because I'm buying the stock and I'm selling the option. So you could say it's a single leg option, if that makes sense. Kyle wants to take a look at Tesla. Now, I don't normally, TSLA, normally trade Tesla because Tesla doesn't have any dividends, which means they don't share the profits. But here's the funny thing about Tesla. You're not going to get away from it. Okay, you've seen those futuristic movies, okay? Like somewhere in the future, you got this one big, huge company that owns everything. Yeah, in 40, 50 years, that'll probably be Tesla. Because he's playing a totally different game. He is. We're playing checkers or go fish, and he's playing, what's that game on Star Trek, that triple level chess game? We have 3 levels of chess, and he's like moving. Yeah, he's playing that game, and we're still playing checkers. So you can't get away from Tesla. So I got to figure out how to invest in Tesla because they don't share their profits, so it makes it very challenging. Because what you may or may not know is that dividend stocks have a tendency to be repeatable, which means they do the same things over and over and over again. So if the company consistently goes up just before the dividend, well, that tells me when the stock is going to move. But if they don't have a dividend, it's all guesswork. Then I'm looking at other things, and it's not as predictable. So with a dividend stock, okay, Lowe's, Clorox, General Dynamics, Cardinal Health, Hormel, Colgate-Palmolive, Abbott Labs, AbbVie, they're predictable. They do the same thing every 90 days. Just before the dividend date, the stock has a tendency to increase in value. So without a dividend, how are you going to know the predictability of the movement? That's why I like dividend stocks. They are predictable. They are consistent. They're also boring as hell because they don't do a lot. You know, they go up a little bit, they go down a little bit, up a little bit, down a little bit. But I'm okay with that because knowing when it's going to move, it allows me to jump in, jump out, grab 1% every week, and just be a happy camper. Now, I could sit in front of my computer a lot longer and make a lot more money, but I am past that point in my life. And you will all, every single one of you at some point in life will change your view of money, where time is more valuable. See, right now, money is probably more valuable to you. But at some point, when you have enough money, money really has no more meaning to it. It's the time. See, I would prefer to hang out with my 6-year-old grandson. I keep saying 5, but he's actually 6 now. Why not use a ETF like JEPQ? I I knew I couldn't go a week without somebody asking me that same question. Andrew, I don't know who you are. I feel sorry about doing this to you, but I'm going to tell you exactly why I don't do those. You ready? There's not a single ETF, not a single one that pays over 40% a year. None. Okay? If you know an ETF that pays over 40% a year, I'll be more than glad to just throw my money in and do absolutely nothing. So I shouldn't just leave my money in 7 different stocks. Hell no. Okay, TJF. Stocks go up, stocks go down. Stocks go up, stocks go down. Okay, so let's see you got 7 stocks. Okay, maybe 3 of them are going up this week and 4 of them are going down. Next week, maybe 2 of them are going up and 3 of them are going down. ETF is again. Okay, you got to tell me what ETF you're talking about. Okay, because I don't know a single ETF. Okay, an electronically traded fund. I don't know a single one that pays over 40%. Now, I know some hedge funds that pay over 40%, but you got to share those profits with the hedge fund manager. I think that's like a 2-20 split. Right, thank you. Thank you. How many days before the dividend date do you usually look to enter? 10 days. How do you manage all your positions? One at a time. It's kind of like eating an elephant. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Okay, so how do I do my positions? It's simple. Watch. I'm actually going to show you really quick. All right, let's get out of this one. Let's go to... Wait a second. Wait. I got to figure this out here for a second. Not going to work for me, is it? Nope, it's not going to work. All right, so let's try this. Nope, that ain't it. All right. All right, who said that one? How do I check? 10 calendar days before the EX date. Yep. How do I manage all my positions? Are you ready? Here we go. Watch this. APLD. Create rolling order. There we go. Whoops. There it is right there. Okay, so here's APLD. Up, down, up, down, up. Okay, that works. What did I buy it for? Right there. What did I sell? Right there. Where's it at? Right there. What does it look like? It's going to look like it's still going up. Great. That's that one. Next, Dell. Okay, Dell. Here's the top, the bottom. Where was it? Where is it? Up. Great. What did I buy it for? What did I sell? Where's it at? Where's it going? Okay. There it is. Next. General Motors. Ooh, check that out. Dropping. Okay, fine. What did I buy it for? Where's it at? Where's it going? What did I sell? Wait. What did I buy? What did I sell? Where is it at? All right, I sold for 160. It's dropped down to 42. Great. So it's dropping. Do I need to do anything? No, don't need to do anything. Next. Coles. Oh, that just didn't work out. There we go. Coles, same thing. What did I buy? What did I sell? Where's it at? Where's it going? What should I do? That's it. It's not that difficult. What did I buy? What did I sell? Where's it at? Where does it look like it's going? What should I do? That's it. Not complicated at all. Adults have a tendency to make this thing more complicated than it needs to be. Okay, OKLO, DM Rags. OKLO. Oklo. No. That was quick, wasn't it? Didn't do a lot of anything. Low. So you're basically just talking tiny wins every day, repeating. No, every week. I only do it once a week. Okay. Now I look at my account every day. Okay. What did I buy? What did I sell? Where's it at? Where's it going? It takes me 5 to 10 minutes every single day. 5 to 10 minutes every day is about an hour a week. An hour a week to make 1%. That's over 50% by the end of the year. It either makes sense or it doesn't. Do you only do covered calls and cash secured puts? No. What about AI like Oracle? What about it? You got to give me a ticker symbol. If you want me to take a look at a stock, I'll take a look at a stock. But when you say, what about Oracle? What about it? ORCL. Okay, here's the high of the year. Here's the low. Here's where it was. Here's where it is. Look at this. Jumped up, pulled back. It's actually dropping right now. So no, not this week. It's that simple. Okay, 30-day high, 30-day bottom, went up, pulled back down. It's still dropping. So no, not this week. It's actually that simple. You take a good look at a stock, take a look at the chart. Where's the high? Where's the low? Where is the flow? Where is the stock going? What are the buyers and sellers doing? That's us, me and you. We buy, we sell. This is too high. This is too low. Okay, when it gets to here, we sell, we take our profits. When it drops, oh, hell no, that's way too low. Let's buy some. Now it's going back up again. Because we, me and you, make up this. The high, the low, all this crap. There's 5 numbers every day you need to take in consideration. Okay? The open, the high, the low, the close, and the volume. That's it. What was the opening price? What's the high of the day? What's the low? Let me zoom into this so you can get a better view. Okay, what's the high of the day? What's the low of the day? Where's the opening? Where's the close? What is the range? What is the volume? What's the volume? Right there. So by seeing that, you get to know who's doing what. Are there more buyers? Are there more sellers? Is the stock price going up? Is the stock price going down? And then you need to ask yourself the question, do I like this company enough to put my own money into it? It's either a yes or no. I got 5 simple rules. Rule number 1 is never buy anything you do not understand or you do not want to own. If you don't want to own it, you don't understand it, don't buy it. I had a guy on this morning saying, well, yeah, I bought that company. What do you know about that? I don't know anything. I was just watching what you're doing. So you're watching what I'm doing, but you're not doing your own research. That doesn't make any sense. Do your own research. Is it something you want to own? All right, how do you manage all that? Okay, Mark, futures up 1,000 points. Okay. Mighty bargain, 10 calendar days before the EX date or 10 business days. 10 business days. Noise and soul. Go long, P protein. Oh, hell no. Dude, it's just beyond principle. Amen. Amen sent hearts. Oh, thank you, Amen. That was nice of you. Shaped eye. Okay, cool. Bobby, CNXN. What the hell is that, Bobby? CNXN. PC connection. No, I don't do monthly options. Now, understand the difference between a weekly option and a monthly option. Exactly what it sounds like. Month options, once a month, 12 times a year. Weekly options, once a week, 52 times a year. It's actually that easy. Monthly options, I'd have to get at least 5%. And very rarely, if ever. And then, okay, this is 30 days. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Great. Now tell me, where is it going to be in 30 days? Finding out or trying to calculate in your head where this stock is going to be in 30 days, yeah, no thank you. It's hard enough trying to figure out where it's going to be in 5 days. SPHD, Kai, what is that? SPHD. Invesco, ETF, no. Sorry, kiddo, I don't do monthlies. Okay, it's very challenging. Can you look at ABTC? Leo, how are you doing today? ABTC. American Bitcoin. No. Look at that. Jumped up to 15. Now we're down to 87 cents. Why? Does this thing have options? No, it don't. So why am I looking at it? What do we have next? Next. We got 10 minutes left. What else do we got? Thank you. You're welcome. Bobby, you got it? All right. Ooh, LDG. Is that how you spell that one? Money gun. Altria. I love Altria. I do. M-O, Altria. High, low. Where was it? Where is it? Look at this. Up, down, up, down, up. What's going on right there? The last 30 days gives me an idea what's going next. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Okay, what's going on right there? 66. The 66 going 154. That's over 2%. Wait a minute. That's the 24. That's how I'm getting messed up. Get rid of that damn thing. 17th. All right, the 66s are going for 122. That's 2%. If you like that. So ask yourself the question. Do I like that? It's either yes or a no. AGNC, Johnny Drama. What's happening, Johnny? AGNC. I'm going to say no to AGNC, and the reason I'm going to say no to AGNC, it's not what you're thinking at all. Okay, Johnny, check this out. 0.0001 penny, 4 pennies. See, when, it's not an if, Johnny. Never an if. It's a when. When the stocks go down, the premiums get less and less. AGNC is paying 0.0001 penny. So the numbers just don't work, Johnny. Sorry. No, I used to do AGNC, but apparently they have a new market maker and the numbers just don't look that good. Kai, MATX. What the hell is MATX, Kai? MATX. Matson. Now, Kai, I don't think you're paying attention because I don't do monthlies. Kai, rule number 1. Never buy anything you don't understand. So before you suggest me to take a look at it, why don't you take a look at it? Because it's a monthly and I don't do monthlies. The numbers just don't work for me. All right, NVDY. What is that? Yield max. No, weren't you listening to? I don't do monthly options. No. Neo. John, you ask me about Pulte Group every day. And John, it doesn't really change much from yesterday to today. Now, yesterday we were looking for today to be one day more up, and then it would have been a good thing. But no, we pulled back today, John. Sorry. B Sharp, Neo, N-I-O, Neo. Interesting. No. Look at this. Let's zoom into that, the last 30 days. What do you think? 30-day bottom at $4, and she jumped up to $6. That is a 50% increase. Of course there's going to be profit taking. 30-day bottom, $4. 30-day top, $6. That's a $2 increase. A $2 increase on a $4 stock, that's a 50% increase. Yeah, it's coming back down now. What's your take on the Greeks when selecting your options? I don't. Okay, see, the trading strategy I'm showing you, that I'm giving to you for free, was created for my 9-year-old daughter. Hold on. I'm going to actually introduce you to her. Sit tight for a second. We're going to go over to, that's the website, the 10-Minute Trader. We're going to go over to here to the, hold on a second, social media. So we're going to take a look at YouTube right there. So we're going to take a look at YouTube. What I want you to see here, check this out. 1,900 videos. And no, they are not AI videos. It's me standing in front of the camera. These go all the way back to 2011. So yes, I've been standing in front of the camera since 2011. The only reason you're seeing me now is because of the new technology 3 years ago, live streaming on your phone. That's the only reason I'm here. Years ago, I had the big VHS camera. Who remembers those? The big, huge VHS cameras? We'd set them up. Yes, I see that. All right, so we're going to go to videos, the oldest video, and here she is right here.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and as you being part of my internet website club thingy, which my dad doesn't like me calling it that, but I do. Being part of that, you're going to be getting weekly lists of stocks that I'll be trading, and every month you'll be getting 4 lists of stocks that you can choose from that help you get the best.
All right, here's me. 18 years ago. Look at all that here.
21 days in the month.
No gray either.
That means every single day you can buy a different stock.
Here's my favorite part coming up. Here it comes.
Dividends.
Yay!
Seriously.
All right, so the reason I show you this is I've been doing this for a very long time. Okay, my daughter, you saw her back there when she was 11. Okay, in that picture, she was 11. Okay, I have no idea how old I was back then. I must have been in my 40s. I don't look that bad for 40. Anyway, so besides the point, it was created for a 9-year-old. She said to me one day, "Daddy, what are you doing? Can you teach me?" So my 9-year-old daughter says, "Daddy, can you teach me?" All right, so creating a trading strategy for a 9-year-old had to be simple, safe, predictable, consistent, and no way for her to lose. We got that? No way for her to lose. 5 criteria. So the 5 simple rules. Number 1, never buy something that's not on your list. That was the rule for my daughter. If it's not on your list, don't even look at it. It's a waste of time. That's what I drilled into her head. She was 9 years old. 9-year-olds are very good when it comes to rules. Never buy anything not on the list. So for you guys, it's never buy anything you do not want to own long term or you do not understand. If you don't understand it, don't buy it. If you don't want to hold it for the rest of your life, don't buy it. Rule number 2, even easier. Never sell for less than what you paid for it. It's a simple rule. Now this one always boggles my mind. Rule number 3. Are you ready? I'm going to say it and a lot of you are going to say, that just makes sense. Why the hell not? You ready? Rule number 3. Make sure the company is consistently profitable. Now, if that is not so simple and easy, I don't know what it is. Why the hell would anybody invest into a company that is not profitable? It boggles my mind. And night after night after night, there's always someone, 2 or 3 or 4 people, always ask me to take a look at a stock, and I'm thinking to myself, that company's not profitable. How do I tell this person they're an idiot without telling them they're an idiot? Go figure. All right, so rule number 4, weekly options only. This kind of ties in with rule number 1. So never buy something you don't understand. So you automatically know whether it has weekly options, because if you paid attention to rule number 1, you would know that it has a weekly option or it doesn't. Rule number 5, make sure all the numbers work. What am I buying it for? What am I selling? What am I collecting? Is it 1% or more? That's it. 5 simple criteria, 5 simple rules created for a 9-year-old. So to make a long story short, I did not try to explain the Greeks to my 9-year-old daughter. I didn't try to explain to her the Black-Scholes pricing methodology for standardized options. Didn't tell her that either. I didn't even tell her about the Fibonacci retracement lines. Didn't tell her about the MACD. I didn't tell her about the RSI. I didn't tell her anything other than what she needed to hear. Okay, where's the high? Where's the low? Where was it? Where is it? Where's it going? That right there, just by taking a quick look at the chart, you can basically tell where the stock is going. It's either going up or it's going down. Okay? And if it's going up and if it's at the high, it's a hell no. If it's at the bottom, it's a maybe. Because we want to see where she turns around and jumps up. Johnson & Johnson, Johnny Drama. Now, Johnny Drama, Johnson & Johnson is over 100 years old. They are a dividend king. They are so big, so huge, they don't need our money, so they very, very rarely ever give us 1%. 238, the 237.50s are going for $5. Holy cow. But here's the thing. The high of the year is right there. Now she's coming down. So unfortunately, as much as I like Johnson & Johnson, it's dropping in price. So I don't like to buy anything as it's dropping. Maggie, how you doing? Nice of you drop in, Miss Maggie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's 11 o'clock. That means you didn't tell her about the stochastics? No, John, I did not. Okay? What I told my 9-year-old is, follow the bouncing ball. That's it. Follow the bouncing ball. It went up, it went down. It went up, it went down. It went up, it went down. So until it starts going back up again, it's a no. Simple, easy, simple trading strategy created for a 9-year-old little girl. Not to say that girls are different than boys. No. 9-year-old little girl asked me, can you teach me? Follow the bouncing ball. It went up, it went down. Up, down, up, down. It's coming down, it's a no. That's it. That's where it came from. That's a no. No. All right. Looks like we're done. You remember, all right. Okay, so I think I answered all the questions. Questions. All done. All right, what do we have down here? Mike Corey, there we go. Okay. Are we buying Gamma? Don't do the Greeks at all. Do you think 1 for 1 or 1 for 2 is good risk to reward ratio? Most traders, I believe 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5 is better. Does it make sense? Is it profitable? Does it look like a company you're willing to put your money into? That's it. Is it a safe trade? Do you like the company? Are they profitable? Can you get out easily? Those are all interesting questions. The 1 to 1, 1 to 2, the ratios, no, I don't really worry about the ratios. Okay, so if I have, let's say, 100,000, I want to do 5 trades, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. That's 100 grand. Basically it. I don't like complicating things. I like things as simple as possible. Winning trade mindset. Hello, my friends. Hello. Love watching you. You are doing such a great job. Thank you there, Winning Trade. BCS, Best Choice Software. That's exactly where I got it from. BCS, Best Choice Software. We looked at Ford earlier. What is Gangnam Shah? No idea. Sorry. So that's it. We're past 11 o'clock. I answered all the questions. Hope you guys had a great night. We're going to do this all over again tomorrow. Carolyn, how you doing? Nice to see you. You should be down here where it's warm, kiddo, not up there in the freezing cold. All right. Thank you. All right. You all have a great day. I'm going to end up with some mood music. Where are we? There we go.
You dream in stars and dive into the deep, fixing the world while the rest of us sleep. Your heart set on giving, no matter the strain, building your legacy through love and brain. Julie knows that fire in your soul, the kind that lifts the broken. Oh, James, you reach the skies no one dares. In your hands the future's caught unawares. That's a no. you say with a wink and a grin, but the podcast is rolling, pulling us in. Your compass is love, with your kids as your guide, shining seas wide with vision and pride. Julie's here, who adores your spark, the dreamer who lights up the dark. James, you reach the skies no one dares. In your hands, the future's caught unawares. That's to know what the hell were you thinking. You laugh as the eye keeps the daylight blinking. Every day's a quest, not some disguise, with James in the storm. The dream never dies. Tethered lights still flying high. You kiss the stars, but never say goodbye. Not even gravity can pull you down. You're the wild, the wave, the crown. James, you reach the skies no one dares. In your hands, the future's caught unawares. That's to know what the hell were you thinking. You laugh as the eye keeps the daylight blinking. Every day's a quest, not some disguise, with James in the storm. The dream never dies. Star.
that a single EMP destroys permanently. A $10 package of the same components the Pentagon puts in Abrams tanks protects every critical circuit. That's a 4,000 to 1 ratio. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly which 10 circuits in your vehicle to protect, the specific part number to order, and how to install everything in under 3 hours with a multimeter and basic hand tools. To understand why you've never heard this, we need to start with a nuclear
This resolution initially called for Article 7, which would have given member states
After a career working for major energy companies, I decided to look into coal, and I realized there was a better way that we've been overlooking for 100 years.
Based upon Joe's insight, we built
There is a heating system that has worked for 3,000 years. The Koreans built it, the Romans perfected it, the Chinese scaled it to 175 million people. 90% of South Korean homes still use it today. It requires no electricity, no moving parts, no maintenance, no monthly bill. In 1822, researchers tested a 400-year-old version at Malbork Castle in Poland. They lit a fire beneath a chamber of granite boulders. 20 minutes later, an 850 square meter banqueting hall, nearly the footprint of a modern American mansion with ceilings 3 stories high, rose from 6 degrees Celsius to 22.5, 4 centuries old, still working, 20 minutes. The physics has been proven since before the Roman Empire. The material costs $16 per cubic meter. A homesteader on a farm built one for under $300 and held 600 degrees overnight. Yet no UL listing exists for any residential sand battery. No building code in 49 states provides a pathway. No appraisal system can value it. The American Gas Association calls electrification an existential threat in internal communications and has passed preemption laws in 25 states. This is not a story about ancient history. This is a story about a technology so effective, so cheap, and so unmonopolizable that modern industry had to pretend it does not exist. Welcome to Off-Grid Secrets. The archive opens in 1822 at Malbork Castle, Poland. The fortress had stood for 5 centuries. Its banqueting hall stretched 850 square meters, nearly the footprint of a modern American mansion, but with ceilings 3 stories high. Heating it should have been impossible. The researchers who arrived that winter came to test something the medieval builders had left behind, a chamber beneath the floor filled with granite boulders stacked on furnace vaults. They lit a fire. They fed it 0.7 cubic meters of spruce wood over 3.5 hours. Then they waited. 20 minutes later, the hall had risen from in 25 states. This is not a story about ancient history. This is a story about a technology so effective, so cheap, and so unmonopolizable that modern industry had to pretend it does not exist. Welcome to Off-Grid Secrets. The archive opens in 1822 at Malbork Castle, Poland. The fortress had stood for 5 centuries. Its banqueting hall stretched 850 square meters, nearly the footprint of a modern American mansion, but with ceilings 3 stories high. Heating it should have been impossible. The researchers who arrived that winter came to test something the medieval builders had left behind, a chamber beneath the floor filled with granite boulders stacked on furnace vaults. They lit a fire. They fed it 0.7 cubic meters of spruce wood over 3.5 hours. Then they waited. 20 minutes later, the hull had risen from 6 degrees Celsius to 22.5. Not over hours. Not overnight. Just 20 minutes. 4 centuries old, still working. 20 minutes. They coded it out. They can't code out physics. Subscribe. The next archive opens soon. Now let's get back to the investigation. The system was a heat storage hypocaust, an evolution of a technology the Romans had perfected 1,500 years before the castle was built. But the researchers at Malberg were not discovering something new. They were rediscovering something that every civilization with access to stone already knew. The archive reaches further, to Ungi in present-day North Korea. Approximately 1000 BCE, the Koreans called it Andal.
A bad dream and I woke up missing you. Oh, baby.
How you doing, honey bunny?
Other than that bad coughing spell, you know. Okay.
Investing for weekly cash flow. Shit.
Mean in warm stone. An external furnace burned fuel outside the living space. Hot flue gases passed through channels beneath thick stone floor slabs. The thermal mass absorbed the heat and released it slowly over 12 to 24 hours. The fire could die, the floor stayed warm. By the Joseon dynasty in the 15th century, Aendal was standard construction across the peninsula. The wealthy built it, the poor built it. It was not a luxury, it was how you survived a Korean winter. Today, over 90% of South Korean homes still use radiant floor heating descended directly from Mongol. Frank Lloyd Wright encountered the system while working in Japan in the 1930s. He adopted it for his American designs. He called it one of the most important heating innovations he had ever seen. 3,000 years, 90% of a nation, still in use. And in northern China, the tradition runs deeper still. The Kang is a heated sleeping platform, a masonry bed connected to a cooking stove by a flue system. Archaeological evidence from Heilongjiang province dates the first Kang to the 1st century CE. Contested claims from Tongji University researchers push the timeline back 7,000 years. The scale of adoption is staggering. As recently as 2004, 67 million Kangs served 175 million people across 14 northern provinces. Not electric heaters, not gas furnaces. Thermal mass platforms storing combustion heat in brick and stone, reducing building heating loads by 50 to 80%. 175 million people, not history. Present tense, the Romans engineered it, the Koreans perfected it, the Chinese scaled it, and the Finns never forgot it. In 1980, Reiho and Elisa Valkonen founded Tullakivi Corporation in response to the oil crisis. Their solution was ancient, soapstone masonry heaters weighing 5 to 7 tons, absorbing heat from a 30-minute high-temperature burn and radiating warmth for 24 hours afterward. No electricity, no moving parts, just thermal mass doing what thermal mass does. Over 300,000 homes worldwide now use Tullakivi fireplaces. And when a Finnish startup called Polar Night Energy built the world's first commercial sand battery, they filled it with 2,000 tons of crushed soapstone sourced from Tullakivi. The material lineage runs directly from 19th century Finnish stoves to 21st century grid-scale storage. The physics never changed. The insight never vanished. Every civilization that built with stone already knew that dense, common materials store heat for free. The question was never whether it works. The question is how much heat, how cheaply, and why no building code in America acknowledges it. In 2011, a mechanical engineer named Jiwon Ma began studying particle-based thermal energy storage at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Golden, Colorado. His original focus was concentrating solar power using mirrors to generate extreme heat for electricity production. But the principle he investigated was older than any power plant. Heat something up, insulate it, extract the heat later. When Ma's team calculated the storage costs for sand-based thermal systems, the numbers seemed wrong. $4 to $10 per kilowatt hour. A home lithium-ion battery stores energy at $300 per kilowatt hour. Not a small difference, a 30-fold difference. A 2,500 to 1 ratio in raw material costs when you compare sand at $16 per cubic meter to lithium-ion cells at $39,600. His colleague Craig Turchi, manager of NREL's Thermal Energy Science and Technologies Group, explained the logic this way. Once you've paid for the upfront cost, if you just want more duration, it's much, much cheaper to add more sand than the alternative, which is to keep adding batteries. Sand. Ordinary silica builder sand. Grain size 0.2 to 1 millimeter. The same material beneath every driveway, in every bag at every hardware store. NREL tested it. They heated silica sand to 1,200 degrees Celsius over 2,100 Fahrenheit and held it there for 500 hours. Then they measured every property they could think of. The result, no significant changes in any measured parameter. No degradation, no chemical change, no wear. The technology does not age. But here is the counterintuitive finding that makes sand batteries possible. Ville Kivioja, lead scientist at Polar Night Energy in Finland, demonstrated that heat applied to one side of a 1 meter block of sand at 500 degrees Celsius takes over 8 days to reach the far side. 8 days, 1 meter. The sand insulates itself. Sand's thermal conductivity is extraordinarily low, 0.2 to 0.7 watts per meter Kelvin. This is the same property that makes it difficult to extract heat quickly, but it is also what allows sand to hold heat for weeks without significant loss. The weakness and the strength are the same physics. Think of it this way. Your furnace fights to lift 15-degree January air to 68 degrees. Every morning at 7, when everyone else runs their heater, your electricity bill spikes. Your furnace cycles on and off all night. You wake up cold anyway. A sand battery is already holding 500 degrees. It is not generating heat. It is releasing heat that was stored when the sun was shining or the wind was blowing. The temperature difference does the work. No inverter required. Resistive heating works on DC. 4 solar panels wired directly to heating coils. No battery, no grid, no monthly bill. At commercial scale, the numbers become even more provocative. Polar Night Energy's Pornanen installation in Finland, 100 megawatt hours of storage, cost approximately $25 per kilowatt hour of capacity, 1/4 the price of lithium-ion. But there is honesty required here. Jeffrey Gifford, postdoctoral researcher at NREL with a PhD from the Colorado School of Mines, co-authored the key paper modeling sand thermal storage. His framing is precise. The 95% storage efficiency was just focusing on the thermal energy left in the silos. In our paper, we calculated a round-trip efficiency of 50 to 52% for electricity to electricity conversion. 52%. Not 95, but residential heating does not need electricity back. It needs heat and thermal round-trip efficiency and for electricity to electricity conversion. 52%. Not 95, but residential heating does not need electricity back. It needs heat and thermal round-trip efficiency. The physics works, the cost works, the durability works. The material is the cheapest on Earth. The technology cannot degrade because there is nothing to degrade. So why has no American ever installed one? The answer is not a conspiracy. It is a system. The International Residential Code is the document that governs what you can legally build in 49 states. It prescribes specific materials and methods: concrete, dimensional lumber, masonry, light gauge steel. Everything outside that list must pass through IRC Section R 104.11, Alternative Materials, Design, and Methods of Construction. This is the variance process. It requires a registered professional engineer to analyze your system, $2,000 to $10,000. It may require third-party testing by UL or ICCES, $10,000 to $50,000 or more. And it requires approval from a building official who may never have seen the technology you are proposing. IRC, Chapter 14 adds another layer. All heating equipment must be listed and labeled according to specific UL standards. No UL listing exists for any residential sand battery. No UL listing exists for any solid thermal storage heating device. No listing, no category, no pathway. The professional society responsible for HVAC standards is ASHRAE, the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. In 2019, they published a design guide for cool thermal storage, ice storage, chilled water, commercial air conditioning. The document explicitly states that it covers neither the storage of energy for heating applications nor passive storage of heat in the building structure. The organization that writes heating standards has not written a standard for hot storage thermal systems in residential buildings. The gap is not accidental, it is structural. Now consider the appraisal system. Fannie Mae and FHA loan requirements mandate a functioning heating system for mortgage approval. Homes with non-standard heating receive significant value discounts or are deemed unmortgageable entirely. One documented case, a homeowner installed a $15,000 solar and battery system. The appraiser valued it at $0. A homeowner on Green Building Advisor wrote this: "It was really eye-opening to me how in this day and age when we should be assisting people into alternative energy homes, there are in fact nearly insurmountable obstacles put in place to keep people on this unsustainable path. Insurance creates the final catch-22. Imagine this: lightning hits your house. The fire department does its work. The insurance adjuster arrives to inspect the ashes. They find the steel drum, the heating coils, the mineral wool insulation. No UL sticker, no code approval. That thing there nullifies your policy. The code barrier, the appraisal barrier, the insurance barrier. None of them require a villain in a boardroom. They only require a system designed to certify manufactured products, not cheap, site-built solutions using commodity materials. But behind the system, there is an organization. The American Gas Association represents gas utilities across the United States. It is funded by member utility dues, which are passed to ratepayers. It maintains a building energy codes and standards committee that, according to their own published materials, opposes electrification efforts that would prohibit negatively impact or limit consumer choice for the direct use of natural gas. The mechanism is documented. AGA recruits American Public Gas Association members to bolster voting power at the International Code Council, the organization that writes the IRC, the IBC, and the IMC, adopted by 49 states. They coordinate testimony. They propose code language. They organize opposition to electrification provisions. In April 2018, a GTI employee wrote in an internal communication, "Massive forced switching to electric technologies under decarbonization policies is an existential threat to natural gas direct use in buildings." Existential threat. Their words, not mine. As of 2024, AGA had helped pass preemption laws in 25 states preventing cities from banning natural gas in new construction. They successfully reversed Berkeley, California's first in-nation gas ban, through federal court. Natural gas serves roughly 89 million American households, 46 to 47% of the home heating market. The residential heating equipment industry exceeds $12 billion annually. The top 8 HVAC vendors control approximately 90% of revenue. Emergency replacements, your furnace dies in January, you call someone, account for 60% of residential HVAC sales. The business model is proprietary equipment, license installation, periodic service, eventual replacement. A heating system that does not break, does not require service, and uses commodity sand is incompatible with this model. They update the building code every 3 years with committees that include HVAC contractors and equipment manufacturers. They publish compliance pathways that exclude site-built systems. They have built an appraisal structure that values a gas furnace at market rate and a sand battery at zero. They have created a licensing system with no category for thermal storage installation. They have funded preemption laws in 25 states to prevent cities from choosing alternatives. They describe electrification as an existential threat, and they are correct. A heating system you cannot meter is a threat to every business built on metering. In Finland, the story went differently. Business Finland, a government agency, funded both the Porninen and Vaxi sand battery projects. Finnish Minister of Economic Affairs Mika Lintilä attended the Kankaanpää inauguration on January 20th, 2023. The installation was named Finland's Productive Idea of 2023. It was featured on NASDAQ Helsinki billboards. It appeared in Times Square. Same physics, same sand, different government, different outcome. The question is not whether the technology works. It is whether anyone will build it anyway. In 2013, 2 engineers at Tampere University of Technology in Finland met and discovered they shared an obsession. Tomi Aronen, studying for his master's in power plant engineering, and Markku Ilunen, completing his doctorate in applied mechanics, kept returning to one question. Is it possible to build an energy self-sufficient and cost-effective hippie commune for engineers using only solar power? Their internal code name for the project, Hippie Commune. 3 years later, Aronen was researching water-based energy storage when he read an article about traditional Finnish fireplaces made from stone and sand. Would a solid material, rather than water, he asked, be more suitable for storing solar and wind energy? He and Ilonen built their first prototype in Aronen's grandparents' backyard cottage. In 2018, they founded Polar Night Energy. By April 2024, they had raised 7.6 million euros in seed funding. In 2025, Time named their sand battery one of the best inventions of the year. Aronen's framing is precise. When you ask people about cleaner energy, they think of electricity, but we also have to cut emissions from heating. The installations tell the story. Kankaanpää, operational since July 2022, 4 meters wide, 7 meters high, 100 tons of ordinary builder's sand, 100 kilowatts of thermal power, 8 megawatt hours of storage capacity, district heating for approximately 100 homes plus a public swimming pool, the world's first commercial sand battery, Porninen, the world's largest operational installation, 13 meters tall, 15 meters wide, 2,000 tons of crushed soapstone, 1 megawatt thermal, 100 megawatt hours of capacity, reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 160 tons per year, completely eliminates oil use, cost approximately $25 per kilowatt hour of storage, 1/4 the price of lithium ion. Vaxu, under construction and expected to become the world's largest, 2 megawatts thermal, 250 megawatt hours capacity, 2,400 tons of locally sourced natural sand, expected to cut natural gas consumption by 80%. Completion summer 2027. 0 installations in the United States, 3 in Finland. The physics has not changed, the politics has. But while governments debate, builders build. On Permies.com, a homesteader wired 4 260-watt solar panels directly to heating coils embedded in sand. No battery, no inverter, just photons hitting silicon, electrons flowing through nichrome wire, and heat entering sand. The 2-gallon test vessel hit over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The builder eventually scaled to 100-gallon propane cylinder systems. On the DIY Solar Power Forum, an Arizona builder planned a 4x8 by 4-foot sand battery using 8 stovetop heating elements at 2,600 watts each. One forum member posted, "Yesterday, my sand battery hit over 600 degrees Fahrenheit. This morning, the lowest temp was 234 degrees. A 55-gallon steel drum, $30 to $60. Mineral wool insulation rated to 1,000 degrees Celsius, $30 to $50. A heating element from Amazon, $20. A high-limit thermostat, $15. Total materials under $300. One builder held 600 degrees overnight. For those who want a complete residential system, Batson Eve, a Latvian startup led by Andrei Raimundo, with approximately 20 years in sustainable architecture and a PhD in mechanical engineering, offers a 40 cubic meter underground sand vessel with 7,120 kilowatt hours of capacity. Sand vessel materials, 3,700 euros. Full system installed, 17,660 euros. With an 18 to 24 kilowatt solar array, 33,000 to 39,000 euros. Claimed payback versus gas heating, 8 to 10 years. Sand batteries are not alone. The pattern repeats across every technology that uses common, unpatentable materials to store cheap energy. Rocket mass heaters burn 70 to 90% less wood than conventional stoves through complete combustion in an insulated vertical chamber. Ernie and Erica Wisner have built over 700. Independent testing showed emissions of 0.12 grams per hour, 20 times below the EPA limit. Yet no UL listing exists for site-built rocket mass heaters. A couple in Jackson County, Oregon was ordered to remove theirs at $4,200 cost. The reason, it lacked a sticker. Trome walls deliver 70% of annual heating from solar energy through south-facing masonry behind glazing, invented by Jacques Michel in Odeillo, France in 1967. No prescriptive code pathway. Builders must navigate IRCR 104.11. Earth tubes provide free preheating in winter and pre-cooling in summer from constant ground temperatures at 1.5 to 3 meters depth. Common in Austria, Denmark, and Germany since the 1990s. Integral to the Passive House standard. No U.S. code recognition, no tax credits. Passive solar design demonstrated 70 to 90% heating energy reductions after 1978. Over 25 million buildings have been constructed since without it. Technologies that cannot be monopolized face systematically higher barriers than technologies that require proprietary equipment. Jeffrey Gifford at NREL understands why this matters. Particle thermal energy storage doesn't rely on rare earth materials, or materials that have complex and unsustainable supply chains. For example, in lithium-ion batteries, there are a lot of stories about the challenge of mining cobalt more ethically. The sand is already here. The physics is already proven. The question is whether we will use it. They will not tell you that sand stores energy at $4 to $10 per kilowatt hour, while their batteries cost $300. They will not tell you that the Korean Ondol has heated homes for 3,000 years and still heats 90% of South Korean homes today. They will not tell you that a 400-year-old stone heating system at Malbork Castle still worked in 1822, heating 850 square meters in 20 minutes. They will not tell you that Finland's energy minister attended the inauguration, that the project won national recognition, that the same physics exists beneath every backyard in America. They will not tell you because they cannot meter sand. They cannot patent it. They cannot brand it. They cannot create a subscription for warmth that never stops radiating. We began with a number, $16 per cubic meter, $39,600 per cubic meter. Same function, storing energy, 2,500 to 1. The technology is not hidden because it failed. It is hidden because it succeeded too cheaply, using materials too common, solving a problem too completely. The sand is patient. It was patient in Korea 3,000 years ago. It was patient in Roman hypocausts. It was patient in medieval monasteries and Finnish soapstone stoves. It is patient now beneath every driveway, in every bag at every hardware store. The physics has not changed. Only the ownership structure of your heat supply has. A heating system that does not break, a material that cannot be patented, engineering that asks for no subscription, no service contract, no recurring bill. The building code has no category for it. The appraisal system cannot see it. The insurance forms do not acknowledge it, and it has worked for 3,000 years. Every share builds what they tried to bury. Every view is a vote for knowledge they do not want you to have. Next time on Off-Grid Secrets, there is a wall that heats itself. 12 inches of concrete behind glass, facing south. It was invented in France in 1967. It cuts heating bills by 7%, and the building code treats it like a fire hazard. The Trome Wall, coming next.
This AI can forecast U.S. stock prices to the penny. This is where it says NVIDIA stock will close tomorrow.
Your house is boiling alive right now. The roof is absorbing 130 degrees of direct sun. The attic is sitting at 160 degrees. The air conditioning unit outside your window is burning electricity you already paid for to fight heat that the building itself is trapping. And 18 inches below your feet right now, at this exact moment, the temperature is a permanent, steady 55 degrees Fahrenheit, year-round, January, August. It does not change, not 56, not 54, 55 degrees, locked in by 10,000 pounds of earth above it, free, unlimited. Sitting there right now, untouched. There is a pipe. It costs $4 per foot at any hardware store you can name. It takes 1 weekend to bury. When air from your house runs through it and comes out the other end, that air has dropped 20 degrees without burning a single watt of electricity. No compressor, no refrigerant, no $8,000 installation quote, no monthly energy bill spike, no technician who schedules you 3 weeks out and charges $200 just to show up. Permanent, passive, done. This system has a name. Engineers call it an earth tube, earth air heat exchanger. The military built entire underground facilities cooled by this exact principle. The Iranians perfected it 3,000 years ago and used it to keep food cold in deserts where surface temperatures hit 120 degrees. So why have you never heard of it? Because a pipe you buy for $4 and bury yourself on a Saturday cannot generate $842 in annual maintenance contracts. It cannot be sold to you on a 10-year financing plan. It cannot be recalled and replaced when a manufacturer decides the model is discontinued. And what cannot be monetized cannot be allowed to become common knowledge. This is the system the HVAC industry spent 60 years erasing from the American Building Code. Welcome. Stay with me because what they buried goes deeper than the pipe. The year is 1946. A mechanical engineer at the United States Bureau of Mines named Harold Hay is sitting inside a government research building in Washington, D.C. He has spent 7 years studying one question that the post-war housing boom has made suddenly urgent. How do you cool a building without burning fuel? He has access to data from military installations built during the war, deep underground bunkers, weapons storage tunnels, communication facilities, all of which maintain stable internal temperatures year-round without any mechanical cooling system whatsoever. The engineers who built them understood something that the emerging residential construction industry did not want the public to know. The Earth itself is an air conditioner. Hay documents his findings in Bureau of Mines Bulletin 419, published in 1948. He writes that soil at a depth of just 1.5 meters maintains a temperature within 3 degrees of the region's mean annual air temperature, regardless of seasonal surface fluctuations. He proves that a smoothbore pipe buried at this depth, carrying interior house air at a flow rate of 150 cubic feet per minute, reduces incoming air temperature by between 15 and 22 degrees Fahrenheit before it enters the living space. He writes, and this is in a public government document, that anyone can still request that a single 60-foot earth tube loop can eliminate the need for mechanical cooling in a well-insulated home for the majority of the cooling season. The cost of materials, under $200 in 1948 dollars. Today, adjusted for inflation, that is a $4 per foot PVC pipe from any hardware store. But Harold Hay is not the first person to understand this. He is simply the first to put a federal government stamp on what the rest of the world had been practicing for 3,000 years. Rewind 3,000 years to the Yazd province of Iran. Surface temperatures in summer exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no shade. There is no electricity. There is no mechanical refrigeration of any kind. And yet inside the courtyard homes of Persian merchants and nobles, the air temperature holds steady at 65 degrees. They built wind catchers towers that caught prevailing wind at height and channeled it downward through a network of underground channels called qanats. These channels ran 15 to 30 feet below the surface, sometimes extending for miles beneath the desert floor. The air traveling through them shed its heat to the surrounding earth and arrived at the living quarters cool, dry, and moving. Archaeologists have measured the temperature differential inside restored qanat systems. Incoming desert air at 115 degrees exits the underground channel at 68 degrees, a 47-degree drop. Passive, no moving parts, no energy input of any kind. It still works today, 3,000 years after the first one was dug. Now jump to Rome, 100 BC. Roman engineers building villas for the ruling class faced the same problem the Persians solved. Summer heat in the Mediterranean is brutal, and wealthy clients demand comfort. Their solution? A system of buried ceramic pipes running beneath floors and through the foundations of buildings, connected to openings that drew in cool subterranean air from beneath the structure. The same principle the Persians used earth as thermal mass, underground depth as a temperature lock adapted for stone construction. Vitruvius, the Roman architect who wrote the foundational text of Western construction, documents these cooling systems in De Architectura around 15 BC. He specifies pipe diameter, burial depth, and orientation relative to prevailing winds. The same specifications Harold Hay would rediscover in a government laboratory 1900 years later. Move forward to 18th century colonial America. Every farmstead with any land at all included a structure that modern homeowners have been trained to consider obsolete, a root cellar. Dug into a hillside, entry below grade, 6 to 8 feet of soil overhead. Inside, a consistent 52 to 58 degrees year-round. No refrigeration, no electricity, no moving parts. Thomas Jefferson designed the underground ice storage chambers at Monticello, using the same thermal mass principle. Benjamin Franklin wrote in his 1744 Pennsylvania Gazette about the use of buried pipe channels beneath Philadelphia homes to moderate interior temperatures. George Washington's Mount Vernon records show labor hours devoted to maintaining underground ventilation passages beneath the main house. This was not experimental. This was standard. This was the foundation of American domestic temperature management before the industry that replaced it was even born. And then it disappeared. Not because it stopped working. It works today. It will work in 500 years. The physics of Earth temperature do not change. It disappeared because in 1902, a man named Willis Carrier invented mechanical air conditioning. And everything that came after the compressors, the refrigerants, the ductwork, the service contracts, the $15,000 replacement units required that you forget the pipe in the ground. This video is the surface. I went further. Everything the HVAC industry, the insulation lobby, and the energy utility companies have quietly erased from American building practice, I collected it. All of it is inside the complete off-grid home vault. The Earth Cooling Blueprint gives you the exact pipe specs, burial depths, and airflow calculations for your specific climate zone. The Passive Home Mastery Guide shows you 6 more temperature control methods that require 0 electricity and 0 maintenance. The Emergency Power Independence Checklist gets your home off the grid before the next outage hits. The Forgotten Insulation Manual reveals the materials our grandparents used that outperform $200 per roll spray foam. The Underground Water Storage Guide covers the cistern systems that colonial homesteaders used to maintain water at 55 degrees year-round without a single pump or filter. Over 12 guides. No filler, no products to buy, just the systems they buried. The link is in the description. Get it before you finish this video. Because what the HVAC industry did when they realized people were catching on that part is coming right now. Here is where this becomes something darker than a technical debate. The United States HVAC industry generates $240 billion in annual revenue. $240 billion. That number has one structural requirement. You must believe that the air inside your home can only be controlled by equipment that they manufacture, install, service, and replace on a schedule they define. Carrier Global, the company Willis Carrier founded in 1902, reported $22 billion in revenue last fiscal year. Their primary residential product line sells split-system air conditioning units with a designed lifespan of 12 to 15 years and a replacement cost of $6,000 to $14,000 installed. Every unit requires annual maintenance. Every unit uses a refrigerant that requires a certified technician to handle. Every unit runs on electricity you buy from a utility company that has its own $400 billion annual revenue to protect. An earth tube requires a rented trenching machine, a weekend of labor, and 4 per foot PVC pipe. It has no moving parts, it has no refrigerant, it requires no annual service. It does not depreciate, it does not break. A homeowner who installs an earth tube is not a customer anymore. Multiply that by 90 million single-family homes in the United States. That is not a market risk. That is an industry-ending number. Here is what happened, in sequence. 1902. Carrier invents mechanical air conditioning for an industrial printing plant in Brooklyn. The technology works. The business opportunity is immediately understood. 1933. Carrier installs the first residential air conditioning unit in a private home. The marketing message is identical to what you hear today. The only way to cool a building properly is mechanical refrigeration. 1948. Harold Hay publishes Bureau of Mines Bulletin 419, the government document proving earth tubes eliminate the need for mechanical residential cooling. The document circulates within engineering communities. It is not widely distributed to consumers. 1953. The Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Institute is formally established as the industry's primary trade lobby. Within its first 2 years of operation, it begins working with state licensing boards to define HVAC installation in ways that require certified technicians, making homeowner self-installation of temperature management systems legally ambiguous or prohibited in most jurisdictions. 1965. University engineering programs that once taught passive cooling methods, earth coupling, thermal mass, natural ventilation, begin receiving significant grant funding from HVAC manufacturers and energy utilities. Curriculum shifts. Within one academic generation, passive cooling is reclassified as a pre-industrial technique with no place in modern construction. 1978, the EPA introduces radon testing guidelines. The HVAC industry immediately funds a wave of literature linking earth contact building systems, including earth tubes to radon risk, citing data from uranium mine ventilation systems and basement seepage in geological radon hotspots. The comparison is scientific nonsense. Uranium mine air and garden soil air are not the same thing. The industry publishes it anyway. 1990, the International Mechanical Code, the building code that governs HVAC installation across the United States, is revised to classify earth tube systems as experimental construction requiring special engineering review and municipal approval. In practice, this makes them impossible to include in standard residential permits. Builders cannot insure them. Banks will not finance homes that include them. They are not illegal. They are simply buried in bureaucracy so deep that no general contractor will touch them. 2003, a coalition of HVAC manufacturers funds a study through a third-party academic institution claiming earth tube systems pose unacceptable moisture and mold risks in humid climates. The study tests uninsulated, unventilated pipes in a climate zone with 90% average summer humidity. It does not test properly designed systems. It does not test in temperate climates. It is widely cited by building inspectors as justification for rejection. The result: a population of 335 million people living in a country where the earth beneath their feet is permanently cooled, spending an average of $2,900 per year on electricity to run a mechanical system that replicates at massive cost and carbon output. What a $400 pipe already does for free. Every summer electric bill you have ever paid is a bill manufactured by decisions made in rooms you were never invited into. If this is landing, if you are sitting there realizing you have been paying thousands of dollars a year to solve a problem that a weekend project could eliminate permanently, the full off-grid home vault is in the description below. Everything they buried, the pipe specs, the code navigation guides, the passive systems that work in every climate zone, the link is there. Now here is exactly how you build it. Here's the system. No special permits required in most jurisdictions when built as a standalone ventilation enhancement rather than a primary HVAC component. Check your county building department, but in the majority of American states, a private homeowner installing a passive ventilation pipe on their own property with no refrigerant, no electrical connection, and no gas line falls below the threshold requiring a mechanical permit. Step 1, pipe selection. Use 8-inch diameter smooth wall schedule 40 PVC, not corrugated drainage pipe smooth interior wall only. Corrugated pipe traps condensate and becomes a mold channel within 2 seasons. Schedule 40 PVC at 8-inch diameter runs approximately $4.20 per foot at any major hardware retailer. For a standard 1,500 square foot home, you need a minimum loop of 60 feet. Budget $260 in pipe. Step 2, depth. Minimum burial depth is 5 feet in USDA climate zones 5 through 8, which covers the majority of the continental United States. In zones 9 and 10, Southern California, Arizona, South Texas, South Florida go to 6, 5 feet for maximum thermal differential. In zones 3 and 4, the upper Midwest and northern states, 4 feet is sufficient because the earth temperature differential is less extreme, but the heating season benefit increases. Step 3, routing. run the pipe in a gentle downward slope, 1/4 inch drop per foot, of run toward a condensate drain point at the low end. Earth tubes produce condensation as warm air meets cool pipe walls. That condensate must drain out or it pools and becomes a problem. At the low point of your loop, install a P-trap drain identical to a plumbing fixture trap, venting to daylight, or a small gravel sump. Step 4. Intake and discharge. The intake end, where outdoor air enters the pipe, should terminate above grade with a hooded vent cover with a fine mesh screen to prevent insects and debris. Orient the intake away from prevailing wind so pressure differentials do not push air in reverse. The discharge end connects to your home's existing return air plenum or to a dedicated interior vent in a central hallway. Install a simple backdraft damper at the discharge point, a $12 part from any HVAC supply house, to prevent interior air from running backward through the system when the home is pressurized. Step 5. Airflow. In passive mode, no fan, the earth tube works by thermal buoyancy when there is a temperature differential between the pipe interior and the air at the intake. In most summer conditions, this generates 40 to 80 cubic feet per minute of airflow on its own. To amplify, install a single 8-inch inline duct fan rated at 200 CFM at the discharge end. These run on 45 watts of electricity, roughly the same power as a large light bulb, and will move enough cooled air to lower ambient temperature in a 1,500 square foot home by 8 to 14 degrees when exterior temperatures are above 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Step 6. Condensate management. This is where improperly built earth tubes fail. Every 20 feet of horizontal run, install a clean-out access port, a 4-inch threaded cap at grade level, so you can flush the pipe annually with a garden hose. Condensate is normal. Pooled condensate that sits for a season becomes mold. Annual flushing and the P-trap drain together eliminate the mold risk that the industry study from 2003 used to condemn the entire technology. Step 7. Climate zone performance. In Phoenix, Arizona, where summer temperatures average 104 degrees, a 60-foot earth tube at 6 feet depth will deliver air at 68 to 72 degrees to your home's return plenum. Your existing air conditioning system then processes air that is already 32 degrees cooler than outside air, cutting its workload by between 35 and 55%. Your electric bill drops by an amount proportional to how much of the day your AC was running to fight heat that the earth tube now handles for free. One rented trenching machine. One weekend. $400 in materials, permanent. Your neighbor is scheduling their annual HVAC tune-up next month and writing a check for $189 just to have a technician look at the unit. You have a pipe in the ground that has not needed attention since you buried it and will not need attention until you sell the house. The Persians dug channels beneath desert floors and kept banquet halls at 65 degrees while the sun outside baked the sand to 120. The Romans ran buried ceramic pipes beneath the estates of senators and consuls. Vitruvius documented it. The technology was not lost, it was graduated into irrelevance by a market that needed you to keep paying. Harold Hay sat in a government laboratory in 1946 and proved with federal data that the earth beneath your home is a permanent, free, inexhaustible air conditioner. That bulletin was published. It exists. It is not classified. You just were not supposed to find it. The HVAC industry did not eliminate earth cooling because it failed. They buried it, literally buried it in building codes and liability language and funded studies with cherry-picked data because it worked too well. A system that costs $400 and lasts forever is not a system. It is the end of a $240 billion annual revenue stream. The earth below you has been sitting at 55 degrees your entire life. Every summer, you paid for electricity to do what the ground does for free, the industry collected. Every service call, every refrigerant recharge, every replacement unit on a 12-year financing plan, that ends with a trench, a pipe, a weekend, the knowledge they spent 60 years trying to make sure you never found. If this opens something for you, subscribe and share it with someone who is about to write another summer electric bill. Every share keeps this information alive. The off-grid home vault is in the description. Inside it is everything else they buried alongside the pipe, the passive insulation systems, the water cooling methods, the natural ventilation principles that regulated temperature in buildings, before the industry decided you needed to rent the solution from them forever. Stay right here. Because what the energy utility companies did when municipalities started approving earth tube permits in the 1990s and then quietly stopped is the part that makes this industry's behavior look like amateur hour. That video is next.
Base 44 super agents. Careful, there's no going back. No setup. Just say hello.
You are looking at the most important product in the history of humanity. Back in 2024, SpaceX caught a 20-story rocket out of the sky. And while most of us saw one of the most epic stunts ever, almost all of us have missed what this product will actually create. Because that catch, the pair of mechanical arms grabbing a 230-foot booster descending from space, wasn't designed for shock and awe, or to grab headlines, or to make sick content from it like this one. It was proof that humanity was about to enter its greatest period in history, greater than the Industrial Revolution or electricity or even the wheel. The amount of wealth and freedom this product will create will be beyond compare. And that story arc is literally just getting started and will continue for at least 100 years. I've been tracking the space industry since SpaceX first started landing boosters back in 2015. And when I saw the catch we just saw, I realized something that most people completely missed. Everyone was talking about Mars and Elon's big dream of going to the moon, and as he puts it, extending the light of consciousness. But what they weren't talking about was the economy that catch just made possible between here and Mars and beyond. An economy that didn't exist 12 months ago. An economy that multiple billion-dollar companies are already building into. An economy the World Economic Forum and McKinsey project will be worth at least $2 trillion by 2035. And I'm telling you right now, that number is probably off by a factor of 10 or perhaps even 100. So I want to walk through exactly what this new economy will look like, who is going to build it, and why the numbers involved are so staggering that they will reshape industries most people don't even associate with space. Once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it. And those of you who follow this channel closely are probably deeply familiar with the concepts of how new technologies like Starship or even AI are going to transform everything. But there are many out there that can benefit so much from actually learning how to use things like AI to build things and make money, which are two very different skills. And this is where I want to introduce today's sponsor, Outskill. Outskill is a platform where people learn how to deploy AI to actually earn money. They are running a live AI workshop this Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. They'll walk you through 10 plus AI tools, workflow automation, and building no-code AI products. They will also help you building AI agents that plan, execute, and report for you. Their community has shipped over 100 real AI products, with people building models generating $3,000 to $4,000 in actual revenue. They've got a 4.9 out of 5 on Trustpilot with over 10 million learners last year. And when you sign up, you get lifetime access to a community of over 5,000 professionals, plus over $5,100 in structured bonuses through their dashboards. Scan the QR code on the screen or check the link in the description or the pinned comment below to grab your spot. Thank you, Outskill, for sponsoring this video. Now, to understand why that rocket catch matters beyond the spectacle, you need to understand something called Wright's Law. Wright's Law is basically the observation that every time you double the cumulative production of something, the cost drops by a fixed percentage, usually somewhere between 15 and 25%. It's why solar panels that cost $76 per watt in 1977 cost about 20 cents today. You've got the same physics and the same sun, but the change is relentless cost curves driven by manufacturing volume, the number of things you make. Now apply that logic to rockets. Rockets have historically been the most expensive form of transportation ever invented by humans. The space shuttle, which flew from 1981 to 2011, cost about $54,000 to put a single kilogram into low Earth orbit. $54,000 for something that weighs about as much as a carry-on suitcase. At those prices, the only customers were governments, things like NASA or the Department of Defense or the European Space Agency. Nobody else could afford it, obviously. If you are a startup with a brilliant idea or an orbital business. It didn't even matter how good your idea was, the ticket to get there was too expensive. So the door was locked and nobody was able to go, and only sovereign nations had the key. Then SpaceX came along with Falcon 9 and got the cost down to roughly $2,700 per kilogram, a 95% reduction. That sounds pretty massive, right? That cost drop created the entire modern satellite industry, with companies like Starlink or OneWeb, Planet Labs, companies that straight up would not have existed in the shuttle era with their pricing. But Falcon 9 didn't just give us cheaper rockets. Falcon 9 proved that reusability worked. That's what drove those costs down, that you could reuse the rocket over and over again. And that allowed private companies to do what governments had monopolized for 50 years. But Starship, that vehicle that we saw being captured in October 24 at the beginning of this video, is projected to bring that cost down to somewhere between $78 and $94 per kilogram in the near term, with a long-term target of $10 to $20 per kilogram. So from $54,000 to $10 per kilogram, a 5,000 times cost reduction from the shuttle era, 5,000 times cheaper. It's like going from a $50,000 plane ticket to a $10 bus fare, but instead of going to a job you hate, you're going to freaking space. The entire economic calculus of space changes at those prices. Businesses that were mathematically impossible at $55,000 become wildly profitable at $10. Now I want to introduce you to something that happened in history that very closely ties to why space is going to be so unbelievably huge. Are you ready? Containerized shipping. In 1956, a trucking entrepreneur named Malcolm McLean loaded 58 metal containers onto a converted oil tanker in Newark, New Jersey. Before that, loading cargo onto a ship cost about $5.86 per ton, and the process was very obviously backbreaking. You had longshoremen carrying individual crates, bags, and barrels up gangplanks. It took days to load a single ship, and theft was obviously rampant and breakage was constant. The entire system was slow, expensive, and very unreliable. And then McLean's containers got the cost down to 16 cents per ton, a 97% cost reduction. But the crazy part wasn't the cost savings themselves. It was that global trade exploded. Entire countries industrialized specifically because shipping costs collapsed. South Korea, China, Vietnam, Bangladesh, their export-driven economies were built on the back of that one invention. The container didn't just make shipping cheaper, it created the modern economy with globalization. A factory in Shenzhen could suddenly compete with a factory in Detroit because the cost of moving goods across the Pacific was negligible. That one metal box reshaped the entire global economic order. And we saw the same pattern with internet bandwidth. The cost dropped by about 1,000 times from the mid-90s to 2015. That cost collapse created a $10 trillion digital economy that didn't exist before, like this video, with companies like Netflix, Instagram, YouTube, and cloud computing. This was literally impossible at dial-up prices. In 1995, streaming a single movie would have cost hundreds of dollars in bandwidth, but by 2015, it cost fractions of a penny. It's literally the same data and largely the same wires, but radically different economics. And what I'm about to show you is the same pattern playing out right now, but in space. The question is, when you collapse the cost of reaching orbit by a factor of 1,000 or more, what new industries emerged that nobody predicted? And the answers are already showing up. The first companies building into this new economy are already being funded, staffed, and launching hardware. And the businesses they're building are so unusual and so different from traditional space companies and even traditional companies on Earth that most space industry analysts don't even know how to categorize them. They don't even know what they are. So I want you to think of these companies as the potential for the space economy. It's just the beginning. Literally think about infinite opportunity. You'll very quickly see what I mean. And to be clear, none of these companies are sponsoring this video. For example, look at a company like Reflect Orbital, which is doing something that literally sounds like science fiction. And they just raised $35 million, and the lead investor was Sequoia Capital. Sequoia's last space investment before this was, guess what? SpaceX. Reflect Orbital was founded by a former SpaceX engineer, and their plan is to put 4,000 mirrors in orbit. Each mirror is about 18 meters by 18 meters, which is roughly the size of a basketball court, but weighs only 16 kilograms or 35 pounds, which is lighter than a large suitcase that you get overcharged for at the airport. And these mirrors, are you ready? will redirect sunlight down to solar farms on Earth during nighttime hours, or during overcast weather, or during seasons when certain regions get limited sunlight. This means that solar energy gets a massive boost from these satellites, which will lower the cost of solar energy even further, but more importantly, increases the amount of power from the sun. They've already received over 260,000 requests from potential customers. The first launches are planned for 2026, and the addressable market for space-based solar power is projected to grow from $3.5 billion to $10 billion by 2035. If we use the old economics at $54,000 per kilogram, putting 4,000 mirrors into orbit, that would roughly cost $3.5 billion just in launch costs. But at $78 per kilogram, the launch cost for 4,000 mirrors drops to about $5 million. $5 million. That's a 99% cost reduction. And then we've got Varda Space Industries, which has now completed 5 missions where they manufacture pharmaceutical compounds in microgravity. These are drug compounds that are impossible to make at pharmaceutical grade on Earth because gravity disrupts the crystalline structure, but can be manufactured perfectly in orbit because the molecules align in ways that gravity won't allow. And so to be clear, it's not about making the same drug slightly better, but making brand new compounds that are physically impossible to produce on the surface of a planet with a gravitational pull. Varda has already raised $329 million and they're planning monthly launches by 2026. Their first products are pharmaceutical, but they've announced semiconductor manufacturing beginning in Q2 2026. Computer chips that are made in space because the zero-gravity environment produces crystals with fewer defects than anything you can achieve in a terrestrial clean room. Because guess what? There ain't nothing in space. The implications for chip quality and yield are enormous. Then there is Space Forge, the first time anyone has ever ignited a furnace and generated plasma in orbit. They're working toward producing semiconductor crystals in microgravity and returning them to Earth. A literal orbital furnace. They're building the capability to manufacture materials in space that are physically impossible to create in gravity. An entire category of matter that doesn't exist on Earth because Earth has gravity. I truly find this incredibly fascinating because it flips the whole narrative about space. For 60 years, the pitch for space was it's too expensive, but it's worth it for exploration and science and national prestige. And if you remember with John F. Kennedy, we went to the moon because it was hard, not because it was profitable. The entire framing was cost justified by inspiration. But the new pitch is completely different. Space is becoming cheap and certain products can only be made there. And so the reason to go to space isn't just inspiration anymore. It's margin, it's financial, it's because it makes sense. There's money to be made up there that you literally cannot make down here. Now, the skeptics will tell you this is all too early. But having tracked these cost curves for years, I think the evidence points strongly toward commercializing happening faster than most analysts expect. If you want to hear in-depth reasons as to why this is, check out my book, Abundance or Collapse, which talks about the coming disruption in AI, robotics, and the next generation of products, and how those products will transform the economy. If you want to be on the winning side of that transition, check out the link in the description below. Thank you very much. Now, there's an entirely new layer that will likely be bigger than the entire economy of Earth over the next few decades, and it involves some of the biggest companies on the planet. At NVIDIA's GTC conference in 2026, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, announced Vera Rubin Space One, a space-grade AI chip delivering 25 times the compute performance of anything previously designed for orbital deployment. To put that in context, the computers on the International Space Station have less processing power than the phone in your pocket. Space computing has been stuck in the Stone Age for decades because radiation-hardened chips were always generations behind consumer hardware. Previous space-rated chips were essentially hardened versions of decade-old terrestrial processors. They worked, but they were very slow. But Vera Rubin Space One is purpose-built for orbital AI workloads at a performance level that would have been considered cutting edge just on Earth just 2 years ago. NVIDIA's launch partners for the space computing platform include Etherflux, Axiom Space, Kepler Communications, and StarCloud. Each of these companies is building orbital infrastructure designed to run AI workloads in space. So why space? Why not on Earth, where there's plenty of room for data centers? Because data centers on Earth are running into multiple constraints simultaneously: power availability, heat dissipation, and NIMBYism, or not in my backyard. On Earth, you need massive cooling systems. You need water. You need proximity to power plants. You need permits. You need land. You need to navigate increasingly complex regulatory landscapes. But in orbit, solar panels provide continuous power, and the vacuum of space is the most efficient heat sink in the universe. You don't need cooling towers or water. The thermodynamics just work better up there. A chip running in the vacuum of space radiates heat directly into the cosmos. You basically have infinite energy and infinite cooling. Just use physics. Now, of course, this will be an engineering challenge that has to be solved. But from a first principles perspective, if you look at just the constraints from a physics perspective, compute in space is an absolute no-brainer when the cost to launch is $10 per kilogram. Now connect this to Tesla's Terafab announcement. Tesla is building a $25 billion chip fabrication facility, which is the largest chip factory ever announced. They've disclosed that 80% of their chip output, their D3 AI chips, is designed for orbital AI satellites. SpaceX has filed applications for 1 million data center satellites that will process AI inference workloads. Basically, anytime you ask ChatGPT something, the answer will be computed in space and sent back down. If you compare that to Starlink, they have over 10,000 satellites in orbit today. 1 million data center satellites is roughly a 100-time expansion of what's already the largest satellite constellation in history. But even this, the orbital compute layer, it's not the deepest level of what's happening. Because who builds and maintains all this infrastructure in space? You're just throwing shit up there. Humans can't do it at scale. You can't send thousands of construction workers into orbit. The economics don't work. The biology doesn't work. And the logistics don't work. A human body in space needs oxygen, food, water, radiation shielding, exercise equipment to prevent bone loss, physiological support, a way home. The overhead of keeping a single human alive and productive in space is astronomical. Pun is very much intended right now. So what's the answer? Robots, a lot of robots, millions and millions of robots. Tesla and other companies like Figure, X1, Boston Dynamics, and a bunch of Chinese companies have been iterating on humanoid robots at a pace that is truly mind-blowing. These robots are designed to do any task a human can do with their hands. But because they're robots, they don't need any of the physiological needs of humans, like food, water, oxygen, an HR department, a friend to vent to about how shitty and uncomfortable space is. They just work and work and work and work and work forever. NASA is independently developing humanoid robots for lunar operations as well. China has also announced plans to land humanoid robots on the moon by 2028. NASA awarded a $500,000 grant specifically for developing robot swarms for lunar mining operations. Literally autonomous robot miners on the moon, coordinated by AI, operating without human intervention. Now do the math. The International Space Station costs about $3 to $4 billion per year to operate. Supporting a crew of 6 to 7 people, that works out to roughly $500 million per astronaut per year, or about $1.4 million per day, per person. These people need to eat, sleep, breathe, exercise 2 hours a day to prevent bone loss, and it can only work so many hours before exhaustion and radiation exposure become dangerous. But with a robot operating in space, especially something like Optimus, manufactured at Tesla's scale, which will be in the millions of units per year, could operate continuously with no oxygen or food or sleep cycles or emotional breakdowns or contractual work limits for a really, really long time. Based on Tesla's target manufacturing costs and projected operational lifespan, you're looking at an effective labor cost of roughly $2 per hour. $2 an hour for labor that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in conditions that would kill a human in minutes. That's the labor force for the space economy. It's robots. Or what about asteroid mining companies? Companies like Astroforge, which have missions planned for 26 and 27, and Carmen Plus, which is running excavation tests on Earth in preparation for off-world resource extraction. The asteroid mining market is projected to grow from $2 billion to $5 billion by 2030, because a single metallic asteroid can contain more platinum, gold, and rare earth metals than have ever been mined in human history. The economics of extracting those materials become viable when launch costs fall below a certain threshold and you dump a ton of robots to mine. Every factory, satellite, habitat, mine, refueling station, built and maintained by robots, launched by Starship, powered by the sun, connected by orbital networks. This is an entire industrial civilization being assembled in orbit, with the labor done by machines and the economics enabled by a single cost curve, the price per kilogram to orbit. And guess what? The stock market might actually be waking up to this. SpaceX's upcoming IPO is valued at approximately $1.75 trillion. They're reportedly raising $75 billion in the offering, with rumors of 30% retail allocation, meaning that individual investors might actually get to participate for the first time in the company at an unprecedented amount. This is not financial or investment advice. This is roughly a $2 trillion valuation for what is essentially the railroad of this new economy, the Union Pacific to orbit, the Malcolm McLean of space. We are watching the early stages of the most consequential infrastructure build-out since the internet. And the crazy thing is the second and third order effects that nobody can predict. And those are historically where the biggest value gets created. The internet wasn't built so people could share cat videos on YouTube or this freaking video. And the iPhone wasn't designed so people could hail rides from strangers with apps like Uber. Container shipping wasn't invented so you could buy a shirt made in freaking Bangladesh at a mall in Ohio. The second and third order effects dwarf the first order applications every single time. The first order effects are what you can predict. The second order effects are where the tens and hundreds of trillions live. This is the question I keep coming back to. 20 years from now, what trillion-dollar industry will exist that nobody in this room, nobody watching this video, nobody on Wall Street or at NASA or SpaceX has even thought of? Because that industry is coming. The cost curves guarantee it. The capital is flowing. The hardware is being built. We just can't see it yet. But boy, is it fun to watch. The future is about to be really, really awesome. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this video was informative and helpful, and we'll see you in the next one. Take it easy, everybody. Mwah.
Bye.